Jim Reynolds
Wrong instruction.
from the COA for food cards.
Okay, I second.
Any further debate?
Nope.
Vote?
Yes.
Yes. Motion passes. Jim, over to you.
Call to order the Wenham Finance Committee meeting at 8:38, December 10th. Have a roll call vote, please. Here, Jim Purdy.
Here, Deirdre Peretti.
Here, Jeff Calder.
Scott Schoenberger.
Dan Ojikonovich.
All right, so over to Steve. Are you leading this house?
Welcome everyone to a fun-filled morning. I want to say welcome to this is my first budget hearing here in Wenham. So I think we're doing things a little bit differently this year. So we tried to drill the presentation down to kind of get right into the budget information. So we asked departments to leave out a lot of the slides, adding a lot of the background to what the department does and goals and things like that. So the way it's laid out this year is brief overview of departmental structure, their mission, FTE count last year as voted and requested this year, and that's full-time equivalent. And then we'll go right into the budget, walk you through line item by line item, answer any questions, and then go right into their capital requests. And we'll move through each department in that fashion.
Hey, Steve, sorry.
Yep.
Can you pull the mic down closer, maybe?
Yep.
That's
That
fine.
better?
Steve, I have a clarifying question. So ARPA, we haven't settled on what the list is, but we generally know what it is. We have to vote on that at the town meeting, right?
Not a town meeting, no. It's a,
ARPA will be decided on the this next select board meeting.
Excellent. Okay, that's all I need to know.
yeah,
Thank
select
you.
board have authority to spend that money. All right, last time we met, we were probably close to, like, it was $700,000 or $800,000 deficit based on estimates at that time. We've kind of, worked through, sharpened our salary estimates. We were looking at creating a utility reserve just due to the unknowns for next year with the utilities. You have National Grid talking 60–70%. So we looked at the essentially historically a little bit conservative in those line items. So there's a little bit of money left over year over year. So we're looking at setting up a utility reserve at about 40 or 50% of our total costs. And then that way, if things settle down in Ukraine and the utility impact isn't as high as we thought, the utility reserve will be there if it's needed. Then once each department expends their utility line items, we can then switch to billing the utility reserve. Getting a little bit closer, we got our actual on the pension assessment, and working through a little bit closer on the general insurance. So things like that are bringing it down. Now we're looking at a deficit of a little over $400,000. And keep in mind that we set up a salary reserve for about $70,000. That's to anticipate the wage increases for our 3 unions that are still, we're still at the bargaining table with. So that's kind of a variable that it's still an unknown at this point, but we're carrying the $70,000 just as a placeholder. So you'll see some of the departments have minimal changes in their salary lines, and that's because we just don't know what they're going to be yet next year. And this is also, this is the first year, we're starting to look at a 5-year capital improvement plan, so getting everybody kind of on the same page, looking ahead into the future. So the departments worked hard. They were asked to do a 20-year kind of plan last year, so we've kind of utilized that, focused in on some of the more priority items coming up in the next 5 years. So you can see, for the next 5 years, we have about almost 100 capital requests, about $6.9 million. Any questions there? We're just going to jump right into the budget presentation.
Steve, I just had one question, I'm sorry.
Yep.
It seemed really heavy or front-loaded for the fiscal year 2024.
Yep.
If it's a 5-year projection, should we think that that means that there is going to be considerably less spending in the years 2 through 5, or are those
Well,
needs that just haven't been anticipated yet?
Couple things are going on there. One, you have ARPA requests in year 1, so we're likely to be doing a much larger capital spend in this year because we have the ARPA funds available, and we're currently working through those. In your pack, if you look in your binder, it goes through in detail by spending source, and you'll see the ARPA spend. Additionally, when this is just the request, this isn't what we're proposing to do. So we want everybody to see what the requests are. These are the top priorities that the departments have, knowing full well that they're going to get pushed out. You're not going to be able to do them all, and they're going to get pushed out until 25, 26, and then when you get to 25, everything will be kind of loaded onto that because you push priorities in 24 to 25, and then you got to kind of reprioritize, and sometimes they get bumped out a year or two.
What is a typical annual capital spend?
I think we're trying to target, if you're not including ARPA, I think we're trying to target $350,000, $400,000 this year.
Each year?
Yeah, and probably close to $2 million of that is ARPA.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, police? Yeah.
Right arrow to bring it, okay. Good morning, everybody. All right, so on the first slide here is just our breakdown of department personnel. It hasn't changed greatly right now, myself as a chief of police and the deputy, and then we have a full-time administrative assistant. We have an inventory control specialist, which was new in FY '23. He works, a retired reserve officer, Mike Perry, works 16 hours a week, and he's been an invaluable resource and assistance to our day-to-day and weekly operations. He centers a lot of his work around cruiser maintenance and medical supplies for the officers and inventory of the agency equipment. So he's been a great addition and a great help. We have 3 patrol sergeants full-time, a full-time detective, and then 5 patrol officers at this time. You'll see the proposed additional full-time patrol officer that we'll be submitting once we have hard numbers, which one we do not at this time because of the current collective bargaining situation where the salary numbers are obviously ambiguous at this point. So I was only able to plug in, as you'll see in further slides, the known commodity of the non-union personnel that are currently within the department, but the 9 union members, it's the FY '23 numbers because it's still in active back and forth negotiations. Our officers are, right now, we're slotted for 16 reserve officers and 11 full-time officers. Overall, the department works 24 hours a day, every day. We do not have any call situations. We have minimum staffing of every shift. We always have at least two officers working. And right now, our reserve officers are backfilling vacancies that currently exist for time off, training, vacation time, things of that nature. However, they are not built into the schedule in a traditional way. Obviously, like many other police departments, we have a mission is to work in partnership with the citizens of the community. and to provide a safe environment with quality of life by proactive initiatives and enforcing the laws with the highest quality of professionalism and dedication. And this actually, without reading the whole thing, we're an accredited police department through Mass Police Accreditation Coalition, and this mission statement has to get reviewed on an annual basis, and it's an accred standard that we have, and it talks about where we're at, the trends, the evolving ideas in policing, and how we tailor that and change it towards the state of the times, not only in law enforcement, but in Massachusetts and specifically in Wenham. So we take a hard look at that, and we're constantly navigating through those changes that happen relative to obviously the ever-evolving and massive changing in law enforcement. So what you'll see here for these numbers, what I did for the most part is most of the line items were 10% based on the state of the state where we're at right now. It is obviously an incredibly crazy time with equipment prices and all other prices specific to vehicles, training, equipment within the department, contract services, vehicles expenses, all of that. The only other thing for gas, water, and electric, those went up an expanded amount beyond the lower percentage increases. I can go through each line, or if you have questions about any of the lines, if that's more prudent and efficient, however you folks would like to handle that.
I have just a clarification. I may have missed it, Chief. On the staffing, could you go back to the staffing, please?
Yes. Yep.
So, and I just may be confused about it. Last fiscal year, we added a FTE, one full-time FTE. Did I understand that correctly? Because we were reorganizing from the reserve.
That was the year before. It wasn't FY '23, it was FY '22. Correct, when that additional officer was put on. It took a while to fill the vacancy because of the lack of quality recruits that are out there.
So this 1.0 is in addition to that FY?
It is, and it kind of rolls into the trend of the policing that we're looking to accomplish here in town relative to a police department that involves more effective, more efficient policing, safer policing, and the simple breakdown that I like to use is, as a resident, even as another police officer, would you rather five different officers working 8 hours each, or one officer working 40 hours? And it really comes down to that. Our reserve officers are a huge integral part of the agency right now. However, they all have other full-time jobs, most of them. I think we have 2 now that don't. But their dedication is to their full-time careers, as it should be. It puts food on the tables for their families. Their full dedication is not to the Wenham Police Department. So it's a secondary side job. And I've always said, policing right now more than ever, it's just so important to have people that are totally dedicated to this full life commitment to keep the citizens here safe. And I maintain that, and I still stick with that.
Another question. With new members, can you talk about the reserve training, the state mandated training? Is that complete?
Yeah, so what's happened is, and you have heard me speak about this in the past, because it's been an ever-evolving, over the last few years with the police reform, it's been an ever-evolving process relative to the additional training as mandated by the Post Commission. So what's happened now, last year was our first year. We had 1 officer go through. This year, we currently have 3 going through. And then next year, we're budgeting for 3. Just as we did this year, we have to budget for the exact amount that may go through, not knowing if they will or not. So what it consists of is those 80 additional online hours, and then 120 additional hours broke up into use of force training, firearms training, and emergency driver training. So it's a total of 200 additional hours beyond the regular reserve / part-time academy training that our reserve officers have had. And this is mandated, so it's an unfunded mandate that last year we had to deal with it after the fact. This year we were able to budget in it, and as we will next year. And this mandate is required for reserve officers to maintain their certification. If they don't complete it, it's broken up by 3 through alphabet, A through H through P, I believe, and then the remaining. Over that 3-year period, if you don't complete these 200 additional hours by June 30th of whatever year your alphabet fits in, you will literally lose your police certification. There is then an added mandate after this 200 hours. You then have to have an additional 2,400 hours worked in a patrol capacity, so traffic details don't count. Once those 2,400 hours are completed, in conjunction with those 200 additional hours of online instruction and the other things I spoke about, then you'll have been deemed to have completed those requirements to maintain your reserve certification.
Good morning, Chief.
Good morning.
Thank you for the presentation.
Sure.
Just a couple of small questions. The line items that have increased for this year, could you just speak to those? The Pleasant Pond supplies, I'm just curious what the increase.
Yeah, so that is specific, to a hard phone line that we need to put down the beach. The cell service is not, it's not effective, it's not reliable, so the gatekeepers and the lifeguards, God forbid an emergency situation exists, and even the radio reception is not great down there for the portables. They do have a portable. So if there's a medical emergency or a security emergency, we want to install a hard phone line so they're able to get direct 911 contact. And that's where that number came from. Mike Hardy, who's also a licensed electrician, is an incredible help to all of us here. He was able to help us come up with the estimated amount that would cost to implement that hard line.
Great. And then the other one is the meals and travel. Is that increased because you're now post-pandemic and you can do these things again?
Yeah, that just comes up on a pretty regular basis for training for our officers. And there was one of the travel things I added. There was another training that had come up. I don't know if you recall what it was. So the training classes, all of them have expanded with the how much it costs to send an officer to training. And you'll notice in our training line, we're able to, because with this Bridge Academy expenses, I had to increase the salary line and the training line. It was kind of a hybrid how we split it up, but we were able to go from 5 to 3 officers, so you actually would have seen some come off of that because we divided it by 5 and then times it by 3 for the 3 that are remaining that still need to be budgeted for it. So yeah, that's just specific to the training expenses. It's a pretty low line. And when we, for the meals as well, if like this past week, for example, we had officers assisting, the assistant TA was also assisting with, it was a huge help, doing interviews for prospective full-time hires. And it's traditionally expected that you will provide meals for the folks sitting on those oral boards. So just in doing that, those are the type of expenses that would come out of that.
Great, thank you.
Sure.
A question that may seem obvious to you, but the reduction, and I might have missed this in your presentation, the reduction in salary and wage of minus almost a point.
Yeah, so the salaries that are in there now, I did not make any additions to the 9 union members. Those are the FY23 numbers for the 9 union members.
Back to the animal control.
Okay, sure, the animal. Oh, yeah, and we moved that line over as well.
Which line? I missed that.
We have animal control officer. That's a line that we moved over to the town. It no longer is going to fall under the police department. And the reason for that is specific to accreditation mandates that were in place. So that makes a difference as well. I just removed that literally this past week. That came to
But
fruition.
is this number anticipating or projecting ahead the potential for the negotiations coming up in the spring?
No, it's not. We can't bargain in good faith if we put a projection on them. So this is as they are in 23.
So it's anticipated potentially that number, that salary and wage number will go up at some point in May, June?
Yep, so what you're looking at, the major changes are the chief and deputy reflect an estimated 2% COLA, and then the up to 2% merit consistent with prior years. All the officers, non-union employees, just the officers reflect no change. And the executive assistant reflects a 2.5% increase consistent with the administrative union. And the animal control officer was moved from the police line item. That's about $20,000. So that's the $20,000 reduction you're seeing there. Went to the town hall because the police chief can add more color to it, but I believe there was issues with the accreditation due to the requirement that you had to be carrying a firearm, right? and
Yeah,
badged.
there's a couple different requirements, and in our case, specific in town, just candidly, a situation exists relative to a few different issues. One is the uniform as an ACO, whether you're wearing a uniform or not. Obviously, our current ACO is also our fire chief. So, and some of the duties through his stipend that he has to take action by way of his responsibilities are when he's in his fire uniform, which kind of can muddy the waters relative to accreditation of the authority. And then also me as a department head, having another department head in that capacity, that straight line of accountability needed to be shifted through the accreditation requirements. So it was just more of a clean move of the line than anything else. There was no other changes as far as his responsibilities or expectations. It was just more of an understanding that it was more efficient and prudent to have that position moved to a different direction that, as far as answerability as well.
At the end of the day, it's not an increase or decrease. The money was just moved from here to another department. It wasn't created or removed. That makes sense.
And the only thing, and I'm not sure if, and I apologize if I missed it, the acoustics are kind of tough in here as well, is an increase for the gatekeepers and lifeguards and the reserve officers. That was in there as well, 2%, but.
Just a question on the reserve officers piece. Looking at this detail sheet, it's got lots of detail for fiscal year '24 about the reserve, full-time, salaries, part-time, et cetera. I just didn't know if we could compare that to something in 2023. Do we have a similar 2023 number to compare year over year?
Just trying to pull the, I have,
We,
is it in the slides?
It's not in the 23 is not in the slides.
no, we don't have the only salary detail for actuals is at a summary level, but we can provide you with that information going into the departmental hearing when it's just the finance committee.
Okay,
So
that's
we'll
great.
give you the year over year.
Okay. And then follow-up question, I think I'll probably ask this just in general, but do we have metrics about kind of cost per citizen in general? I think across departments it's interesting, and/or cost per citizen compared to other similar towns. It would just be helpful to be looking at how we're doing relative to others. I don't know if y'all have that.
As far as cost per citizen, can you break that down a little more? It's probably something we can come up with, but not something I'm privy to right now. We base a lot of it on, there's a couple different formulas that are used. One is by IACP, which is the International Association of Chiefs of Police, and the other is through the FBI. And these mathematical formulas break down the population, the calls for service, the size of the municipality, and then it comes up with an estimated rough formula of how many officers that municipality should have. And I've done those in the past with Chief Perkins. It's probably a little antiquated, it's probably about 2 years old now. But at the time, and I'm talking roughly here, it had showed full-time wise, we were down a couple at that time. But I could certainly do a formulation now using that structure and provide that. I can get that accomplished just to give a better understanding of where it shows that we're at, if that would help.
Yeah, I don't know the right answer necessarily. I think I'm just throwing out a question to consider across departments, but, so, no specific ask necessarily, just
Okay.
general question.
Sure.
Thanks.
Possibly you could also roll in your accreditation standards that you have to meet as well as you put those numbers together.
Sure, absolutely. Absolutely. And it'll be easier once the collective bargaining agreements are set and we have those harder numbers. I can come up with a cleaner, certainly a cleaner proposal of the breakdown of an additional officer and what the ramifications were specific to entry level, and then obviously with the benefits and things of that nature.
Yeah, I have a question. I can appreciate for a smaller town, the challenges of covering over a 24-hour period. My curiosity is, to what extent are any sharing of services with local towns considered? Is it feasible?
I mean,
Particularly in the overnight hours, I guess, when maybe things are quieter.
It's come up in the past, way before my time, and where it gets to the stopping point is there are a lot of unanticipated costs associated with that analysis, and with the collective bargaining agreements at the different agencies, now you're dealing with promotional questions, financial questions, seniority questions, and then it ties into scheduling issues, and it really muddies the waters with that ability. I mean, because obviously we have, the shared library and the shared rec department and the school district, and when it comes to public safety, it's a whole different dynamic that the other ones are here, and it gets here with the intricate work that has to be done behind the scenes for that. It's a long process. We have a phenomenal, I can answer it like this as well, our working relationship with our surrounding agencies, and most importantly, Hamilton, myself and Chief Stevens, and the other members of that agency, Scott James, the captain over there, is phenomenal, and we have a agency pact, if you will, that allows for assistance at each department in each town if it should be needed. We're constantly calling each other for assistance with big scenes or traffic control or investigating or looking for folks or anything of that nature. So it exists unofficially now anyway.
Do you think that helps keep a cap on the FTE needs, or is that more situational?
It's tough to answer. I mean, I know it's working well now how it's currently structured with, and not to mention, and I shouldn't have left them out as well, and with the Gordon College Police Department as well. And we have a great working relationship with Chief Deckard, and that is available as well should it ever be needed. I think how it's structured relative to our work with the area agencies is functioning efficiently at this point. There's a lot of new area chiefs and progressive thinking leadership at these departments that are working out in a system that we're all kind of on the same page. So it's nice. It's nice.
Thank
Any
you.
other?
And then looking at the line items, maybe a little commentary on the uniform expenses.
Uniforms, yeah.
Which
So
also going up considerably year over year.
right. So this has been an issue that we've been looking at for quite some time, and half of these expenses are also tied into some of the additional unanticipated Bridge Academy expenses that weren't originally budgeted or told to us when the original Bridge Academy mandates came out. So we then had to provide ammunition and uniforms and equipment that we didn't originally know about. So some of that expense is from that. And I believe we plugged in ammunition into that line as well. Did ammunition go into that one? Was that the equipment line?
That was on the equipment as far as uniforms. I don't know if they're
Right.
the honor gun ones.
Yeah, and So we broke it up kind of as a hybrid model as well relative to, you'll see later in my capital presentation, one of the items is the honor guard uniforms. And so there's a couple different ways to break that down. The expense is immense to outfit an officer with an honor guard uniform. And how much we want to do it either all at once or break it up over a hybrid period of time is a different option that exists, or split it up into different areas, because it could certainly be tied into a uniform increase, or it can be done as a whole capital item. And we've presented it as such for the initial year to have it just for the supervisory personnel and for our honor guard unit, and the remaining amount could go into that uniform line, or I could move it to all capital line or capital over a several-year period. So there's kind of a bunch of different ways to do that.
Is uniform an allowance, or does the town purchase the
So-
uniforms for the officers?
Each full-time officer, as part of the collective bargaining agreement, is entitled to a certain amount that they can use annually for uniforms. However, in this circumstance, I can't mandate they use their uniform allowance for the honor guard uniform. I can with the reserve officers, how we did, and we changed that model as well. Before, each reserve officer would have a certain amount annually that they could use. Instead, what myself and the deputy did was created it as a whole pot of money, and we kind of reconstituted and reinitiated a authorization process for more fiscal oversight that made it, it's a simple procedure of what do you need, how much is it going to cost, and why do you need it? And then we created a purchase requisition form that would then be forwarded through the chain of command to the deputy and up to me, that authorizes that uniform spending for the reserves, because I have more fiscal oversight to justify the needs. And 99.9% of the time, the things that the officers are bringing forward, it's legitimate needs that are going to make their job easier and effective, to whether it's a pair of uniform pants that get ripped in the course of their duties, or they need a new set of handcuffs, or whatever it is. It's usually not a problem, but I think having that process in place is just more effective oversight for that area, for that line.
And then just another one from me. Structurally, looking at the org chart, is it typical for towns of this size to have a chief and a deputy chief? Is that succession planning, or just?
As far as the title of the ranks?
Yes, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so.
And how different are the responsibilities between?
Right, so a
chief
lot of,
and
when you
deputy
get with the
chief?
smaller departments, I've seen it, right next door, the second command, Captain Janes, and before, he just got changed to captain from a lieutenant title. Here, when I first started, it was captain. The town administrator at the time changed the title to deputy chief. I've seen the sergeants as second in command, all the way up to deputy chiefs. It's more of a title specific to the desires of the agency, but that second is always, usually the responsibilities are pretty streamlined to the same, as far as the next in command, the assistance in, right now, he's got a lot on his plate because we're dealing with some accreditation, which he oversees, the internal affairs mechanism of the agency, overseeing the training, the recruiting, certainly the discipline, which is the toughest part of the job. There's a lot of different areas that kind of fall under his and I responsibility, but it's also different as well. We're doing a lot of things as a chief and deputy. We both come from a much larger agency, and we're doing a lot of things here, and many other chiefs and deputies or seconds at smaller agencies do a lot of things that larger police departments, they don't. And that's part of the deal, and that's what small town policing is, and we've embraced it. And luckily, we have an incredible staff of men and women for the department that are buying in to what it is we're trying to accomplish, and going with the trends of how law enforcement is right now. And it's a tough game, and it's really, really hard. And the deputy did a phenomenal job, last week with our recruitment efforts to get some candidates in here, because it's a world where getting quality police candidates, it's different. When we were going for police jobs in the 90s, you'd have 300 or 400 people for one position. Now you hear other chiefs and they're getting 10, 15 candidates for one position. And so we have to sell why law enforcement, why police work specifically, and why Wenham? Why are we special? Why would you want to come to us? And I think we're creating that reputation and that atmosphere that knows we're a squared-away agency and we do it the right way. And I'm proud of that. And we'll get there, and we're not perfect yet, but every day we're making positive strides, and that's because of the men and women that work for us that are dedicating themselves to this field.
Thank you.
Sure. Sorry, that was long-winded.
I appreciate the color.
I got one follow-up question, and thanks for that explanation. That was inspiring. It wasn't long-winded, so
Thank you.
thanks. Just where is overtime? So I'm just trying to get educated, but there's overtime, right, that police earn?
Yep.
Where does that show up in the budget, in the numbers?
So I can look at the sheet. It's got a funny title to it on our salary spreadsheet. It's salary reserve is what it's called, salary reserve full-time. And it's based on an estimated, and that's gonna change as well with the agreement, with the collective bargaining agreement, whatever those numbers end up being, and whatever other things that are agreed to can affect the overtime specific to how much overtime is then gonna be offered to our full-time personnel, and that might change as well. We just don't have, candidly, we don't have that information yet.
Okay, I misunderstood. I thought those lines were the reserve officers that you were talking about.
Right.
So then, where are the reserve officers?
The reserve line, salary reserve part-time, it's it's down, 2 lines down. I'm not sure
Okay.
if you have that, yeah.
Yeah, okay,
And
thank
what
you.
had happened is when we made the additional full-time officer, essentially, we moved that part-time line money to the full-time to create that 11th full-time officer the last time. We took a chunk out of that line.
Okay, thanks.
Sure. Good. Okay, so jumping into some of the capital items. This first one is also an ARPA request. So, you know, we put it in there with the understanding that those monies may be moved depending if and when that happens. This is kind of a hybrid model of different quotes that are needed. We got a portion of this. Again, Mike Hardy coordinated that. We had a contractor come out and measure this area. This is currently the area where our patrol officers have full-time, each full-time patrol officer has their own workstation, their own desk. We have a funky setup for those of you that have been in the police department where the administrative area is in the main hallway of the department. And so, which includes myself and the deputy's office. It's traditional in 90% of the police departments that I've been in my career that the administrative area is either in a separate wing, in a separate area, or on a separate floor. And usually there's buzzed-in or at least limited access. And that's for the day-to-day operations of the department because of internal affairs questions, because of medical records, because of personnel discussions. It's just a common practice for regular industry standards to have that. So what this proposal is, it's just a relocation of the administrative area to that area, and then that area would then be spread out into a couple different sections. My office, the proposal would be to have that become a sergeant's office, which is also a traditional supervisory setup where the sergeants are in their own office, and you would have 3 desks for the 3 sergeants, and then the connecting office, which is now the deputy's office, would become the detective, which it's important that they have their own workstation because of the sensitivity and the investigations, the photographs, the sensitive materials, the things they're dealing with. And then we would also create several more workstations for the officers to have for when they're in the station and they need to type a report. So this number is still soft in the fact that we need to add, right now, we only have numbers for the walls and the doors. We need, obviously, to tie in some IT things, nothing too crazy, some electrical things, and then certainly the carpet, which is also a different capital request, that would be all-encompassing in this area. And there's a photo on my carpet slide that shows the condition of the carpet. It's original from when the station was built, and it's in tough shape. So that's this first one, if anyone has any questions about that. All right, so here's the next one. This is a real number. It went up about, perfect example to the way the prices are right now, went up $1,000 from the quote last year, because this was an original capital request last year, and it went up to just about this $8,000 number. This is in that main patrol area. There's duct tape, and it's in several other areas that show the condition of the torn and ripped carpet. So that would include, if the station carpet replacement, the quote that we got included the current admin area, the new proposed admin area where the patrol area is, and then the executive administrative assistant area and the 2 locker rooms. And so that would cover all that. Any questions about that?
I just have an observation. So we're carpeting the police station, council on aging, and the library.
Oh, okay.
And I just wonder if it makes sense to do that as one deal.
Yeah, we should look at perhaps aligning in the capital budget all exterior painting
Right.
in 1 year, all carpets in 1 year, and establish that as a single town-wide contract
Right.
to try to get better bidders.
Because I think the library is actually getting a better deal per square foot than you guys are. Or maybe it's council on
Okay.
aging. I
Yep,
actually,
no, that sounds great. All right. This is just our continuing, the regular schedule during Chief Perkins' whole tenure and mine as well, is that one new marked cruiser every year, and then every third year is a 2 crews a year where the administrative vehicle is replaced. We end up keeping the administrative vehicles for a period of 6 years and rotate those through, and then the marked cruiser is every year. Again, like everywhere else, the price of the cars themselves, and then the price of the markings and the equipment, just to get it set up with the markings and all the equipment, which you'll be surprised to know that it changes on a pretty regular basis. So the equipment to include like the cages, the lights, the radios, all those things, they don't fit from year to year. You might get 2 years out of them, and then the company changes them, like our cell phones. No, that charger doesn't work anymore. This happens here, so these prices go up because you can't reuse a lot of this equipment. So there's a little increase in this line just to account for that. We already have a tentative agreement, because these Dodge Durangos, which we currently have now, the officers really like these. We tried to get one this year. They're impossible to find, so this would be to get it for next year. And if we gave a verbal agreement to get that order started, obviously without any other commitment, that would be the way to do it with the Dodge. But like I said, the officers are happy with it.
Just a structural issue here. Where does that show up on the capital 5-year plan, that 55,000? I might be missing it.
On the 5-year,
Well, that's what I
Yeah,
have.
the
that's what I'm
cars show up
following
in
here.
operating budget, right?
yeah,
We have not, the police cruisers are not part of the capital plan. They've always been in the operational.
Does it show up in
right.
the operational budget?
No, it's under vehicle equipment, and if you look all the way down at the bottom of the second page, vehicle equipment. right
Vehicle
above
equipment,
water, there's like
okay.
2 lines up that says 2022.
55098 for the Durango?
Yeah,
Okay, thank you.
yeah.
So, question on that, Chief. You mentioned that it follows a cycle that was in place with your predecessor, and you all are following a similar cycle. You said you came from a bigger organization, but is that cycle the normal cycle in policing, or is it?
Yeah, so I mean, we got 5 cars a year. I mean, obviously for the size of the agency, getting 1 a year. What had happened was, and the folks that have been around for a while will speak to these stories that exist, where we, for budgetary reasons, it was decided to kind of get away from this cycle and hold on to vehicles longer. And the maintenance costs got ahead of the agency, and it literally got so bad to the point where they grounded the fleet, and the Wenham Police Department had to use outside agency cruisers. The sheriffs had to let us borrow some cruisers, because in the effort to save money initially, it ended up causing an issue where we couldn't stay on top of those maintenance issues and costs, and it kind of put us behind. So this system has been working so far. I mean, certainly, this is the officer's office. These vehicles, many of them in our fleet, we don't have a big fleet, they're driven 24 hours a day. And so it doesn't take long for the mileage to get up real quick. So this annual setup has been working. The only question, and I know TA Poulos has talked about it and prior TAs have talked about it when we get to the next slide, my administrative vehicle has been traditionally done as a lease, which is really a loan, which is a kind of a different setup. So I know there's been discussion to that. The finance director's spoken about it as well, of what the best practices is for that. And I'm certainly open to anything there. I can just jump ahead while we're talking about it. This is a third year on my 3-year lease-to-own cycle payment for my vehicle. So, again, this is done, as a lease, so we could certainly look at that of, the next year. We don't have to worry about it this year because we're finishing this third payment, but the year after is the time to really take a look at if leasing is the most prudent, financial way to go about it.
Thanks.
Sure.
I have a question. This is probably more for Jamie or Steve. The source of funds for these 2 cars says free cash. Is that a hope? Is that a recommendation? Is that?
No, right now, it's just like a placeholder, essentially. Right now, it's just a placeholder,
Okay.
because it's either gonna be free cash or ARPA or free cash, really, for this one. So, yes, that's the plan for it to come from free cash. This, because it's the third payment in the lease, it has to get paid. So it's either has to come from free cash or we put it in their operating budget, but most likely free cash.
Okay, thank you.
And going back to the Durango, what is the size of the marked fleet?
Would say that again? I'm
What is
sorry.
the size of the fleet of?
The size of the fleet?
marked
Oh,
units?
okay. So we have, let's see, is it 5? 5 total? Yeah, we have one unmarked supervisor that's a Tahoe right now, which for this year, FY '23, we're getting another Tahoe. They wanted the Durango, but they couldn't, so that'll be the sergeant's car, and then we have, 3 more marked vehicles, so a total of 5. And I have that breakdown, I can email it to you as well, that gives the make, model, year, mileage I can get.
That was the follow-up question. At what mileage does it seem like these vehicles are cycling out? And over the 15-year period, are you finding the vehicles are becoming more reliable? And then, maybe given the $20,000 retrofitting that's done, does some additional maintenance spending make sense, given that every time you get a new vehicle, you got to spend 20 grand just to outfit it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit of a shell game to look at it. We have a situation here where we provide the equipment where DPW does the maintenance, so we pay for a lot of that out of our line and provide the brake pads or the tires or whatever, and they do that maintenance. So if a decision was made to kind of modify that model, certainly money would have to be moved over to the maintenance line to account for that. That would be something that would have to take a hard look at to see if that's the most prudent option. Because what happens with us too, and it happened this year, is if we're down even one cruiser, now you have maybe another cruiser, an officer might be at quarter training, and now in a larger agency, you could be down 3 or 4 cruisers and do just fine. When we're down 1, let alone 2, it kind of upsets the apple cart big time because our officers just don't have a marked cruiser available. And in a small agency, you'll see folks that have been residents in town for a while. One of the first things that we wanted to do was visibility with the public. So we had kind of an older lettering where it was navy blue on navy blue, so it really didn't stick out. And the first thing I wanted to do was switch to a black and white to be more visible and more kind of presence known in town so folks could see us. And if you have one vehicle off the road, it takes away from that, certainly. We want the officers out there all the time, unless they're typing a report or have a reason to be in the station. We want that visibility.
Quick question, we're also required to supply a vehicle for the reserve officer training, is that correct?
Yes, thank you, Gary, and that's a good point, and I had to budget that in relative to just a whole set of tires had to be budgeted in because the wear and tear on the vehicle because each reserve officer has to do 40 hours of, it's called EVOC, which is Emergency Vehicle, I forget the acronym, but, so just the wear and tear by all 3 officers this year going through the bridge, not to mention the driving back and forth to Fort Devens each day, which each officer had to do, and then the obviously wear and tear on the vehicle, the gas, and then the tires, it's gonna burn out a whole set of tires. So yeah, that's another big factor, and that's another example of when the officers have that vehicle there, that's one less vehicle they can use here, and if we had one other vehicle that was down for maintenance, now we're really in a tough spot. And then this, we spoke to this before a little bit, this is the honor guard uniform. So what happens is, it's an industry standard and it's traditional for when, unfortunately, in the course of our duties, if an officer passes away or is killed in the line of duty, or many other specific functions that necessitate what's called a Class A uniform, it's a presence and an identity on the department to look good. And so, but it is super expensive, and there's a long turnaround on it. Also, we implemented, myself and the deputy, when we took over, the Wenham PD did not have a traditional honor guard unit that kind of took precedence at these type of events. You'll see them, whether it's at the Veterans Day ceremonies, Memorial Day ceremonies, or different events in town, where now we can provide 1, 2, or 3 of our officers that are on the honor guard unit. They're showing up now, and they look great, and they have the flags, and they're doing all the traditional paramilitary protocol, but they don't have the uniforms to match that. So we're not quite there yet. So because of the price, it's so expensive, we started off with just the honor guard supervisors and myself and the deputy, because we're quite often, I have to go to a Mass Chiefs ceremony next week for the installation of the new Mass Chiefs of Police President, who's the Salisbury chief, and I don't have a honor guard uniform to wear. I have to wear my traditional long sleeve, which looks professional, looks nice, but that's the type of setting where normally we would do that. But a lot of agencies get away from it because of the obvious price. It's a big tag, so, and that's it. And I can speak to fire, but they don't want to hear me. I'll screw that up. We'll cover your costs. Any other questions?
Well, no questions.
Great, thank you.
But what I'm going to suggest to the committee is that this is an initial overview, and we may be following up with each department with specific questions as they kind of come up. Okay, fellas?
Yes,
Folks?
that's good.
Okay.
Great,
So
thank
just
you
to
so
stick
much.
to the-
Thank you.
Good job.
Thank you, Chief.
Thanks, Chief.
All right, so we'll jump right into the organizational chart. Just the fire chief, deputy chief, firefighter EMT, and we have listed here a new position, firefighter EMT. So all employees above the line are gonna be full-time. Below the line is call deputy chief, call captain, call lieutenants, and call firefighters. So on salaries, I'm gonna touch on basically just the notable changes on that. Everything else pretty much remained the same. Full-time employees, 2% COLA increase, totaling $5,934.52. Training is to be determined due to contract talks, and that'll just be whatever percent they decide on will be added to what's already existing. Emergency management stipends for an increase of $4,500 This was a new stipend designed this year for emergency management. And it's $2,500 for myself and $2,000 for Deputy Chief Baxter. EMT stipends and EMS coordinator for an increase of $5,500. We added my stipend of EMT and Deputy Chief Baxter's stipend for $1,500 each, which was never in this line item before. We just moved it over to it. The EMS coordinator for Deputy Chief Baxter of $2,500, which was never paid actually over the years, which they thought we were being paid. So, call wages are gonna be to be determined also, because we don't know what they have settled on for, or what they will be settling on for contract. I have listed here longevity for one full-time firefighter, if the town decides so to hire one, for $100. EMS station coverage is being reduced $13,000 from $26,392.50 to $13,392.50 with a to-be-determined COLA increase. And this line item was reduced to help fund the cost of a full-time firefighter. Remove $7,190.60 from the administrative assistant position, also to put towards the one-time full-time firefighter. Remove $19,367.40 from the equipment caretaker to put towards one full-time firefighter. So the cost of one full-time firefighter would be $54,000. That's what we would advertise as, with all those reductions and with the addition of the 100 for longevity and $750 for, which is noted in the expense page, for clothing allowance. And this would leave a balance of $15,292 to be funded with the 2024 budget. Any questions on that?
Just a general question for me, because I frankly am not, I don't know the way the services bill out, but if you have an emergency call, EMT shows up, how does that bill out? Is that
We
a
answer the
cost
call
absorbed
through
by
the
the
ambulance,
town? Yeah.
and we have Pro EMS who does our billing for us, which is automatically billed out through their insurance company. It can take anywhere from,
To the person receiving the service?
oh yes, they receive a bill for the services, as long as they have insurance. And
And we track the Medicare reimbursement on that.
yes, yes.
And over the course of the last, when did we start doing that? 4 or 5 years ago, right?
That was in 2018, I believe, we actually started. That was March, end of March.
And does that show up in the, I probably missed it. Does that show up in the
It
revenue?
does not show what the profit that was made, or
Well,
or
what was
made
the
through
net? The net of that revenue?
You have the exact amount, or? I mean, we have,
Of course.
Yeah.
Right now,
all right.
somewhere.
Yeah.
In the books.
You have a rough idea, Jeff has a rough
I can
idea. on
send
that.
I know Jeff has been tracking this, and
Oh,
it's
yeah.
it's an offset to your costs, and it's a revenue source
So
for the community.
it's a rolling number, honestly. It's always rolling every month. It changes months, so you're looking at 1 year back from today's date.
Because of the billing cycles.
Yes.
Yeah.
It can be up to 18 months to get payment.
But we can do a look back and say, in '22, we did X, and
Yeah.
we're on track in
Yes.
'23 to do Y, and we can project for '24. If I recall, it was in the, I'm making this number up, I think, about $50,000 a year, is it?
That was just for motor vehicle accidents, and
Yes.
that's just for that billing, not ambulance.
Not the ambulance?
Yeah.
Okay.
And plus, we get reimbursed for Gordon for every call that we make.
All right.
Yes. So the ambulance is making upwards of,
We bill out somewhere probably in the $400,000 range.
Oh,
And we're
Yeah.
probably, on a rolling basis, we're looking at anywhere from 150 to 180 as a rolling basis for income.
And does that show up in our revenue? Where's that show up, Jamie, in the revenue?
It's on on the first revenue sheet, the overview.
Yeah?
I think it says EMS revenue.
Under local receipts?
Yes.
Okay, great. Okay, so that's a modest, that's a conservative number that you're projecting
It
there.
is because while Gordon gives us money, they're not tied to giving us money, and if they have a change in leadership and they decide they don't want to pay, there's nothing that we can tie them to, so we want to keep that number conservative on an annual basis.
We have a very good working relationship with them.
You have what?
A very good working relationship with them.
With Gordon folks?
Yeah, for the billing and stuff, so.
Oh, that's good.
Yes.
That's good to hear, actually.
It's a fragile line, so.
Is it safe to say, just in general, the part-time, the below-the-line folks, the call deputy chief, call captain, call firefighters, call lieutenants, that cost is what's reflected in the on-call
Yes.
wages, the 193,000?
Correct.
Okay.
Expenses. All right.
And are they paid at a same kind of rate, same kind of hourly?
It's all different rates. You only get paid if you show up. So it's a number you can't nail down.
Yeah, I guess I just mean from a per-hour standpoint, is it similar to what a full-time, I'm just thinking about what the police were talking about with right-sizing their staffing to reduce the number of part-time and increase the number of full-time, and that helps reduce costs overall because full-time is cheaper per hour than a part-time per hour. I didn't know if the part-time per hour was more expensive than the full-time per hour.
No, it's a little lower average.
Okay.
So on expenses, I'll go through the notable changes on that. So energy services, we actually put a 70% increase totaling $17,131.10. This increase, it's a number that's just we don't know where it's gonna go. But we also have the problem that when those two big doors open at the firehouse, it takes about 2 to 3 hours to get the heat back up to the level that it needs to be. And I don't see us using that amount. I'm hoping we don't. So, but we have to put it in there just in case. Office supplies, 16.7% increase totaling $500. This increase is just due to products going up in cost. Clothing allowance is a 25% increase totaling $750. This increase is for the full-time firefighter position if passed at town meeting. Protective gear is a 36% increase totaling $3,600. This increase is due to the cost of firefighting gear rising, such as bunker gear, helmets, gloves, protective hoods. Cleaning allowance, 8.3% increase totaling $750,000. Well, that number is gonna have to be backed out just for the fact that it's union negotiations, and we don't know what that exact number is gonna be, so. Service for the two pumpers, 11.1% increase totaling $500. The manufacturer called us to let us know that the cost to service the trucks was going to increase to this level. Any questions on expenses?
On the protective gear, chief,
Yeah.
is that, I might have missed it, is that replacement or is that additional new?
This is just for the small items like gloves, hoods, boots.
Is it replacement?
Yeah, replacement.
Replacements?
It's also repairs and things.
Yeah.
To keep the gear compliant.
Yeah,
So
what
go-
is, I'm sorry, what is the useful life of that gear? Do you get a year out
Supposed
of
to be
it?
10 years,
10 years?
yeah.
Yeah, the town purchased a washer, which extended the life of the gear, so per NFPA standards, we have the ability to meet the 10-year life with this gear now.
It's an extractor that really pulls all the bad stuff from a fire out of the gear and prolongs the life of the gear.
I have a question, it may be for Steve and Jamie, but just looking across the department budgets, it looks like energy is being budgeted a little bit differently across the different departments. So for example, the police was flat from last year to this year. The fire department is a significant increase. So I'm just thinking, and I know you had talked in the general presentation about a 64% increase projected for energy costs, but it looks a little uneven.
Yeah,
So-
I actually made note of that to go
Okay.
back and check the departmental budgets just to make sure, because initially that's how we were working it, and then we came back and decided to do it separately, just so that we could control costs in that
Yeah,
that
the
way.
fire one should have been removed.
Yeah,
Sorry?
The fire should have been removed.
yeah,
Okay.
Yep.
Got it.
That's
and
why
it was a later
You see
decision.
the increase was zeroed out,
Yeah,
so
but the amount
I think it was like maybe a delete and save thing where, I don't know, but
okay.
the attempt was made to remove it, but it's
Okay.
clearly still there.
Didn't quite get there.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're working on smoothing it
Smoothing
across?
those out,
Okay,
yep.
got it. Thank you.
So we'll go right into capital. This is replacement of SCBA bottles. The projected cost is $22,290. This is part of a replacement program that started in FY '23 and will end in FY '26. Over the next 3 years, 39 SCBA bottles will be out of date. NFPA 1852 requires SCBA's to be replaced at 15 to 30 years. The department SCBA's have an end life of about 20 years. 13 SCBA's to be purchased at $22,290. The cost of the bottles have increased $532 a bottle, and that's per the state bid list. There's nothing we can do about that.
Chief, I just want to make sure I'm following it correctly. I have replacement, let's see. I have that in the 25 fiscal year. Am I misreading that?
Yeah, you should have it for 23, 24, 25, and 26. Fiscal years. It's a 4-year replacement program.
Scuba bottle?
Yeah.
Scuba bottles.
It's 3 years on here.
So you're replacing roughly 25% of these units a year?
I'm not following.
Yes,
These bottles a year?
yes.
And then
That's
you'll
how
get
we buy 'em.
another,
We try and buy them so we can replace them, so it's not a burden on the
to
town.
stagger them,
Yeah.
sure. Yeah.
'Cause it's
And
a
then you
huge
said they're
cost.
good for 20 years?
In 20 years, we'll be doing it again. Yeah. Yep. So we're going for a set of Jaws of Life. This is also one of our ARPA requests, so, but we're putting this in as capital for $50,000. The current set of Jaws is a 20-plus-year-old set, and it's in dire need of replacement. The company that manufactures our current set is no longer in business, and you just can't find parts anymore. So the current set that we would like would be an electric set. The set now we have runs off gas and uses hydraulic lines, where you can only use one tool at a time. The electric set would allow us to move around a vehicle more freely without hydraulic lines in the way, and would allow us to use multiple tools at once for a quicker extrication of an individual. And it's just a very important piece of equipment that we need. Good with that one. Any questions on the Jaws? So this is a big ask. Portable radios and base radios for $329,040.41. I'll just read the description here. The fire department is in need to replace all portable and mobile radios. The portables and mobile units are a vital piece of equipment for the department. These radios are a critical link at any emergency involving communications between command staff, North Shore Regional 911 Center, and any mutual aid unit providing or receiving mutual aid. At this time, the department can't even communicate with our police department, which causes delays when police units arrive on scene and need to pass on critical information for incoming fire units. The current radios were purchased in 2004 and have exceeded their life expectancy from wear and tear and from everyday use of becoming unserviceable. The current radios are out of compliance with NFPA standards, and the software to update the program these radios is no longer supported. With the growing number of area departments in Essex County and other counties changing their radio bands to high band or ultra-high band, the department can no longer communicate with incoming or outgoing mutual aid companies. The budget request will replace 33 portable radios, 1 for each firefighter, and 9 base radios, 1 for every fire vehicle, plus 1 for the firehouse. Funding would come from the FY24 budget for the amount of $329,040.41. We will also be writing a grant through the Assistance to Firefighters Grant, which is a federal grant. If this grant is awarded to the department, 90% of the $329,040.41 would be funded through the grant, and the town would be responsible for 10% match, totaling $32,904.04. If awarded this grant, the 10% match would be deducted from the total amount funded, leaving a balance of $296,136.37 to be repurposed at the next town meeting. It is very important that the request is funded not only for the safety of the firefighters working at any emergency scene, but also to keep the residents of the town safe with reliable communications.
When we go out, when we have these, I guess that applies to across departments, how many bids do we get?
How many what?
Bids. How many bids on this capital equipment do we get on these typically?
State bid list, Jim.
It's a
Excuse
state
me?
bid list.
It's a state bid list, so no matter where you go, anyone that's on the state bid list is gonna give you the same price.
Speak up a little bit, Jeff, will you, please?
Anywhere you go, Jim, because it's on the state bid list, we're gonna get the same price across the board.
So it's not a competitive bid process?
You know,
Thank you.
in theory, the state has done the procurement and vetted the costs to ensure market competitiveness, but that's not always the case.
The next year, we're looking at the police radios too. So if we do not get a grant, is there any compatibility between the two systems?
Well, if we got a tri-band radio, yes, there would be. So, and that's about what they're making now is tri-band radios.
And there also is a grant that you're going for.
Yes, yes.
So to help with the offset some of the costs of radios.
Do we anticipate grant assistance possibility for police as well, or is that only a fire option?
No, as far as I know right now, it's only an option for fire. We have had some discussions about, combining the replacement and doing them all at once, seeing if we can do a little bit better, but that's still in discussion. Right now, fire has the opportunity for this grant, so we're putting that forward where it's only about a $30,000 match from the town on a $330,000 expense.
When would we hear back about the grant?
That would be January. Well, that's when that's when it usually comes out, and then that's the point when we would write it, January, February, and that's when we would apply for it.
When would you hear back?
Right,
That could be anywhere, the end of '24 to the beginning of '25.
Just as of this week, we received notice that other departments were just receiving the
Yeah.
second allocation of money from '21.
And just remember that appropriating a grant match doesn't mean that you have to spend it, and it can be removed and repurposed. So for example, you're essentially committing to matching the grant. If the grant falls through and you decide you don't want to replace radios, which I think it has to be replaced anyways, but that $30,000 can be reappropriated at a future town meeting. It's just earmarking those funds in this year. And it carries forward perpetually till repurposed.
Any other questions?
If fire is upgrading the equipment a year before police is, does that extend by a year the period where you're having difficulty communicating?
Yes, because they would, no, actually, their radios would be able to be compatible with ours if we got ours in the next year. Because they already have, you already have tri-band? Yeah, it's our cruiser radios is what's outdated, portable. Yeah. About 5 years, portable wise, if I was to get the grant for the new radios, yeah. Our in-cruiser radios are outdated, they have to be replaced, and they're in every box.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Who's controlling the,
Do you want me to?
Yeah,
just show me what to do.
Yeah, that one.
That's not me.
Yeah,
Oh.
services. The organizational chart.
Okay, okay. I didn't see
Thank you,
that one.
Chief.
Somebody edited that without showing it to me.
Oh, you didn't see it? You
Yeah,
don't understand
No, that's all right.
Okay.
I got it. Good morning, everybody. I'm Rich Maloney, the building commissioner. I know some of you, I recognize some from the Zoom meetings last year. I've been helping the town out since 2019, and I became an official employee in July 1st of 2021. What we do is we're responsible to issue permits and enforce the building code regulations, plumbing and gas, electric, handicap access code, and I enforce the zoning regulations for both communities. We get that job done with, I'm the only full-time employee. We have each community has in Wenham, it's a non-benefit part-time permitting coordinator, and we share the plumbing and gas and the electrical inspectors, and they are stipend employees, and they get a stipend on their fuel reimbursement. Not everybody's non-benefited except for me, and I do not take the medical benefits. My wife graciously gets them for me. That's our hierarchy.
Can that be made clearer? Can the screen be made more clear or more bigger or something?
That's the biggest it goes.
I'm sure it's my eyesight, but
No, it's a little blurry.
that's clearer for me at least.
Is that gonna stay there? There it goes, okay. Huh?
Can't hear, can't see, Christ, tell ya.
Police and fire, Scott, is what you are liaising
Yeah.
with?
Correct. And the school.
Is that bigger?
Good?
Yeah, that's more clear.
Okay?
Thank you.
School, oh, yes, 53.
Yeah, you can just put one in the edges.
Just what's on the screen, Rich?
Okay. They edited my slides, so you're throwing me a curveball at the last minute here.
Slides are right after this is all the other good stuff.
Okay, so these are our numbers with the shared cost and the the cost of the department for Wenham only, and then the shared cost for both departments in the breakdown.
Yeah, so I can,
I jump up, speak
just
to
because I threw Rich a curveball. So The salary line item represents, so it's a shared services agreement with Hamilton and Hamilton Wenham are in a shared service agreement. And as part of the agreement, Wenham has to maintain a permitting coordinator, which is part-time, 19 hours, I believe. The proposed increase is 2%, would be a COLA adjustment for that individual. The software is the permitting software that we have to maintain our own permitting software where the two communities are separate. We're in a 3-year contract. This is the final year of the contract, and that is a built-in escalator in the contract when it was signed 3 years ago, so that's contractually obligated at 5%. And then supplies and tools, this is a new department with the regionalization of it, or the shared services. So we have to essentially stock it with sundry assets, so office supplies. So that the $2,000 is a new line item that we created so that they can get, permits and printing supplies and things like that for folks coming in and filling out permits and stuff like that.
Yeah, that for whatever reason, it was a little chaotic in town in the last year, but I sat down with Ryan Ferrara and then Tom Younger, trying to get money in the budget, and it never showed up, that sundry number. So we actually I worked with Jamie and we got a transfer so we could actually buy paper within the last year, so.
Right, earlier this year, the Finance Committee approved an emergency fund transfer to purchase their office equipment, and this is just embedding it into the operating budget.
I see a revenue line item that reads licenses and permits, $90,000. Is that what is assessed by your department? Is that
We bring in revenue from issuing permits, all the permits.
Rich, all your
the
slides are
fees,
after
the
this.
cost
Oh,
of
I'm
the,
sorry.
of the
Next one?
services?
Okay. Yeah, so this is, so I got the numbers 21 and 22. I got 23 is we're currently in. So that's our revenue through 4.5 months. So we anticipate the revenue with another 7.5 months of permitting, to look like FY '22 for the current fiscal year. What's that?
I'm just,
Everybody all set with that one?
I'm just curious, how does that flip-flop year to year? So it looks like in fiscal year '22, there was a net revenue, net profit, so to speak, from the efforts of the department, but then that reversed in 2023. And what do you think that looks like for
2023 is
2024?
only through November, current date. So only
I'm just
halfway
looking
through.
at expense versus revenue.
Well, prior to, Ms. Bresnahan was here running the office. So you had two admin people in the office, essentially. I think you were picking up that salary, you were picking up medical benefits, and that's not happening anymore. So the office has definitely been streamlined.
Very much so. Rich has done a great job.
I'm sorry?
I said very much streamlined, said Rich has done a great job, where we used to be staffed at 1.5, now it's.
So that model, the expense versus revenue should be pretty steady going forward based on really the it's economy-driven, but it should be,
What do you think that looks like for fiscal year '24 then, that the department will have greater revenue or greater expense?
I think the expense is going to be pretty steady from here on in. It's the revenue is always the question. And, it looks like building's slowing down a little bit, but some things we see have increased with the Inflation Reduction Act and the reimbursements and tax credits for the solar, for weatherization. So we're seeing a lot of those permits, and I think we're going to see a lot more. So that's a steady permitting revenue.
Just,
Okay.
just to clarify here, what we're talking about is that FY '23 expenses here represent, like, that's final, and then we should expect the revenue to increase as the year plays out, right?
Correct. The expense is fixed, and then the revenue is, again, that's only 4.5 months of revenue. We have 7.5 months coming in. So
Right, even if the economy slows down towards the end of the year, I don't think there's any doubt that we'll exceed expenses by a great margin, similar to the prior year.
We have a lot of big permits coming in from the project on Maple Street. So I think we've issued a foundation only. I think we're gonna get the bulk of the building permit fee and then all the mechanical permit fees. So that's gonna be a significant number coming in just on that project alone.
Sorry, could you just explain the assessment from Hamilton? What does that mean? What is that?
There's a formula that they use. It's based on the population of each community and the permits issued. They
Yep.
use from the previous year.
I think if you go a slide ahead, you have a pretty good slide. Yeah, this is the building inspection breakdown.
Let's go. So this is the, this is the split.
Okay.
So again, it's up at the top, so it's a population, a number of permits issued the previous year, and this was agreed to back, this is probably 4 years old, I think this is the 4th or 5th year of the joint services. And so it breaks down that Wenham picks up 39% and Hamilton picks up 60%, 69%. Like a 60-40 split essentially, and it fluctuates, from my understanding, just a little each year.
Yeah, so my understanding of the formula is that there's two components. There's permit activity and there's population, and you break the total cost down in half, and you pay a portion of that half based on population, and then you pay a portion of the other half based on permit activity. So the two parts make the whole, and that's how you come up with your split at the end of the year.
Okay, thank you.
So I put this previous slide together because it was interesting that we use electronic calendars for our inspection. So I just kind of tracked my inspections, the building inspections. I did it for a fiscal year because I had a full 12 months, but it was interesting. So I did 947 building inspections, and it broke out, almost 60-40, kind of ironic.
So where are we with the inspections this current year? Do you have a sense of that as compared to FY '22?
We're at,
I'm doing, I mean,
looks like we're gonna, well, I'll know the building permits, the log is, we're gonna be about 250 building permits for calendar year '22.
calendar
And I
year.
think that's similar to what we did the previous year in '21. Permits are issued by calendar year, and we do our money by fiscal year, obviously, so. It's been steady,
Steady.
yep. But you got some projects that are wrapping up, the Spring Hill Farm Road's wrapping up, we're working on the last house, and then Pine Hill, the old golf course, is wrapping up, so.
Are they finished there?
There's 3 certificate of occupancies left, 3 units left.
How many units are there?
24?
Is it- yeah, so it started before me, so, but, yeah, 24. Okay. And this is the final number in the budget. So it's the breakout is the shared cost, and then the cost of that Wenham bears alone, and then the shared cost for a total of 110,361. Any questions?
So what's driving the 7.7%?
Well, one, we had the non-salary, it's we had no money in the budget, so we put $2,000 in there. That's one of them. And then we did, there was a $651 increase in the permitting software, that's the last year of that. And I will tell you that that's the last year we're ever gonna pay for permitting software. So there are models out there. We just signed a contract in Hamilton with Permit Link that Rowley, Newbury, West Newbury, Merrimack, Groveland are all using. There's no fee, there's no fee at all. They only charge you, they charge you $10 for every permit that's issued. It's no cost. So this is the system we have is terrible. And I can't wait for that day that the contract expires. But yeah, so that, you'll never see that, the permitting software cost again. Anyways, and then the other ones are the salary increases, for the permitting coordinator, the COLA. I got a COLA and a step increase in Hamilton. And then we sat down with the 2 mechanical inspectors who are stipend employees. And they feel pinched by the cost of fuel like everybody does. And we agree they're doing a great job. We have great service. We're getting inspections, mechanical inspections 4 days a week in both communities. So we agreed and gave them a 5% increase. It is modest. Those numbers turned out to be, for the electrical inspector, it was a $1,279 increase, and that's a combined inspection stipend and fuel stipend combined. And then the plumbing inspector it was an $800 increase that was combined gas and inspection stipend. So it was modest. It was $2,000 for the mechanical inspectors.
Thank you.
How are the permitting fees determined?
They're set by the community.
Is that at public meeting or?
I believe, I don't know what it says in the bylaw. Sometimes it's through the Board of Selectmen.
Yes, Select Board sets up the fees, ultimately.
I know it's a discussion we can have. I did a survey because Hamilton wanted to look at it going to the new online permitting system. I would say you're a little low. I did all the abutting communities to Hamilton and Wenham. I did all of Cape Ann, and then I did all the communities that use that permit link system that we're going to use, which are all similar size, less than 10,000 population communities. So we can share that, kick it around and talk about it. You have a flat fee, $7 per thousand. It's a little low. I always recommend you should break down, even though you don't have a lot of commercial, a residential rate, a remodel rate. You never want to penalize people that have to put a roof on the house. I say a new construction rate and then a commercial rate. Yeah, the bigger projects and with the zoning that may or may not come, the MBTA zoning, you could capture 3 families not but considered commercial buildings. I recommend the commercial rate higher than a residential rate. Something we can look into.
Great job.
Thank you. All set? Everybody have a great day.
Thank you.
Thanks, Rich.
Yep.
Hi, everybody. Good. Oh, this is Public Works. Oh, keep going? Help me out, James.
I gotcha. Public Works.
We're gonna do tree warden first.
I think it's towards the end with land use.
I can just introduce who I am. My name is Kate Mallory. Oh, yeah.
And I'll just go this way.
My name is Kate Mallory, and I'm the Conservation and Open Space Coordinator. I work in the Land Use Department, and we have been doing some exciting stuff with trees in Wenham this year, so I'm here to present the tree budget and then the land use budget. Sure. Land use, then trees. Great, thank you so much. All right, so can you all hear me? The Land Use Department, we include the Conservation Commission, the Open Space and Recreation Committee, the Planning Board, the Zoning Board of Appeals, and the Affordable Housing Trust. And so it's myself, the Conservation Coordinator, along with the Planning Coordinator, Margaret Hoffman, and we report to the Town Administrator, and we're both part-time employees. My budget's not in here. I can, just the actual budget.
This is for,
That goes right to trees. I have it on my laptop. I could say it out loud.
yeah, do you want to just talk about
Yeah,
it?
sure.
It's not-
So the land use budget is just a few lines, so I can tell you guys what it is.
Yeah,
Oh, thank you. That's better.
and everyone has the, looks like this in their book, the tree warden budget.
Can I have the land use one too?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got you. Oh, it's on the screen?
Oh, so here's the tree warden.
Goes right to tree.
All right.
We have both in our,
It's just out of order. It's after.
All right, so like I said, Margaret and I are part-time employees, and we are both going to get the base 4% raise for salaries. And I can just quickly go through each line. For contract services, we did a trending this year in land use. We looked at the last 3 years of our budget to see where we actually got and see where we're actually spending money to make sure that we would be more on target this year or next year for our fiscal '24 budget. So contract services, we realized that we didn't need as much money, so we reduced that line by $300. Postage, we realized that we were needing more money for that, so we increased that by $300. And office supplies, we realized that we didn't need as much there, or meals and travel. So we did a lot of small reductions where we thought we could. And then we had to increase some lines. So dues and subscriptions, we belong to, Margaret belongs to the AICP, that's her certification. I belong to the MACC. These are certifications and dues and subscriptions we need for planning and conservation. And for training and education, that's to keep our certifications going and get new certifications. So we upped that by $1,500, expecting to keep up with regulations, especially the Mass State regulations this year, and keeping up our certifications. And the new line is advertising, and so the planning department needs to advertise in the newspaper once or twice a year, and so we averaged about $700 for that line. Anybody have any questions? All right. And the exciting part, the trees. So we have been working on a really cool heritage tree program this year. In 2018, a feasibility study was done on a lot of the main roads, town trees, and it was found that almost half of the trees were sick or dying. And so we put together this kind of program, this kind of plan where we can look at the tree stock and figure out where we need to plant new trees, where it's better to plant new trees using green infrastructure, and then also what trees need to come down. So what trees are public safety hazard. And so here, what we're requesting is the tree warden, who I work with a lot for his expertise. He, I don't think has had any sort of real increase in his salary. So he, on average, makes about $33 a week as our tree consultant and arborist. And so we were hoping to up that to $48 a week. So that's for the tree warden. Expenses keeping the same. Contract services are trees in town that need to be removed. So every single year, we have trees that are town trees that are a hazard to public safety and public health. And so Even this year, already in this fiscal year, the tree budget is gone to take down hazardous trees. And we had an issue down by Pleasant Pond where we needed to actually, I don't know how they found the funds, but go over budget for that. So I figured budgeting more with the feasibility study, that we know that there are a lot of trees that are about to come down, that we should budget more for that so we don't have to rush and be trying to find free cash somewhere else. Tree planting, so that takes about 12 to 17 removals a year, that $35,000. So we think that we could up that a little bit, but then we want to replace those trees. So adding $2,000 would give us 16 new trees each year. And again, strategically working with myself and the arborist of where to put those trees that would help, with flooding for the town, that would help with public health. There's a lot of different things. I'm actually going to do a presentation to the select board next meeting if you guys would like to come and hear more about the program that we're working on for the trees. And finally, the last line is part of that heritage tree program that I'm speaking about. We would need to do a yearly Arbor Day celebration to become a Tree City USA. And so I put $2,500 for that. My first celebration that I'd like to do is working with the Food Project on Reynolds Farm on Larch Row. They're a great nonprofit. They take inner city kids and teach them how to farm. They work with them on college applications and resumes, and they teach them how to farm. And so what I'd love to do for that is they're planning to put a fruit orchard in and let residents come walk the property. The property's gorgeous, and have eventually be able to pick an apple while you go for a walk. So that would be in 2024. I've already talked to them if we can get this funding to do that, and then every year do a really cool project like that. So that celebration would be inviting the community down. The community can help plant the trees, and then we would do, maybe some refreshments or something like that. Any questions on that?
On the contract services,
Yes.
again, I asked this question earlier. How do we get bids from the different tree companies? Do we go out and get competitive bids for that estimated $35,000? How do we do that?
That's a good question. I'm sure that there is a process. I would assume there's a process. I am not 100% sure. So what I would do is I would go and ask the arborist, and I could get back to you on that.
Or do we have a policy on it?
So I could probably answer some of that.
That'd be great, yeah.
Are they in a contract?
No. Come on up.
Calls needed?
So, Rich Souza, DPW Director. We often use Iron Tree. Now, as far as, I haven't seen the updated ask for the next fiscal year, but regarding, it being over a $10,000, limit as far as procurement, you can look at this as each tree or each few trees is its own area, so it doesn't have to fall under a general tree removal or tree limbing contract. But we do have Iron Tree, we have Dodge Tree, Mayer is also available, so there are multiple companies that we can reach out to, Sequoia. So there's options, but my understanding is since these are multiple locations throughout the year, it's not just one large project. We're able to use who we wish as long as that one area or project isn't over $10,000. But there is many options.
So we have if you go and you have a tree on Main Street that needs to be taken down, I'm maybe simplifying this, we use Iron Tree unless otherwise it's...
Most often, yes.
And because?
They have been very helpful, they're very responsive. There's been instances where it's an emergency and they always, respond and answer the call. So
and their costs are competitive?
Yes. Yep, they're all, pretty much all of the companies that we use are generally the same price for those types of calls.
So
And I think-
essentially, each tree becomes its own project because
Exactly.
you don't
No,
know
that's what I'm
when it's
asking,
coming
yeah.
out. So there is no overall yearly tree removal contract. It's as needed.
That's correct.
Yeah, and correct me if I'm wrong, Rich, but I think if it's under 10,000, you kind of touched on this, it's just best practices. You don't have to go out for
Correct.
bidding if it's under 10,000.
Yep, 10 to 50,000 is
Right.
3 quotes. There's a bit more of advertising you have to do in Central Register, but for the most part, we're talking one tree at $1,500–$1,800. So it's usually not these large projects.
The thing we need to remember also on the trees is, once a tree is identified by a citizen or organization as being a problem, if we don't do anything about it, it becomes an insurance liability
sure,
for us.
yeah. Oh.
So, once identified, we need to take action.
No, I'm not disagreeing with that, I was
Yeah.
just wanted the competitive bid, that's all.
Yeah, and as Kate alluded to, that, the health of the trees throughout town, it is appropriate to increase the tree warden's cost for these removals.
Sorry, last question on that, or another question on that. Is this the budget in general for tree removal for the town, or is this just the budget for this department? Is this the overall, what's our typical cost for tree removal for a year, and what are we estimating for 2024? Is it 35,000 for the whole town, for the whole year?
So I guess 2 parts there. First is that is the only line item for tree removal in the budget. I don't have a line item in my budget that, another additional funds to remove trees. So the answer is yes there. And then I guess it's hard to estimate how many trees are going to fall down. So the increase in the budget for FY24, I think, is appropriate. And if the town were to decide to be more aggressive, I guess, in a removal program, then we could talk about future increases to the budget. But I think what's here will get us through each year, and we should, look to not decrease it in future years.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Rich.
Trees that are dying or in danger of falling that are in proximity to telephone or maybe more importantly, electrical wires, is that a utility expense or is that a town expense?
Correct. So when there's an issue where there's actually, limbs that are hanging or, dying, National Grid will go through and do their program where they limb trees up. They just did that on Grapevine Road this past year, and they removed, I think it was about 20 trees. 30 trees. So we are not responsible for the limbs within the power lines. There's still our trees, but they will limb those up. If we decided that the town was going to remove a particular tree, I think we could work with them, but most likely we would also share some cost with that removal.
And does that work at the town's initiative generally, or is the utility out there looking at vulnerability to their lines?
They're pretty, I would say it's more of a National Grid program where it's their initiative where, they want to be proactive instead of reactive to, limb these up because, basically what happens is power lines are ripped down and that increased cost and, downtime to, their bottom line. So they are, I don't want to say aggressive, but they're proactive.
I think this past spring, we cut down a bunch over by Gordon.
Yes, Grapevine Road, there was
Yeah.
30 trees removed, yep.
For National Grid.
Yep. And that was, and I guess actually to, talk about Win and his job that he does, he was working with them, identifying all of these trees that were, problem trees where National Grid would come to him, and they had that was all, they had to get approval.
They had to get planning and conservation commission
Yeah.
approval. So
So-
we went out with National Grid. National Grid contacted us because they work in sections, and if a tree goes down during a storm, National Grid gets fined by the state, and so they proactively go out to different towns. They look at the different areas that need work, and they saw Grapevine Road needed work, so they took down about 30 trees. So it was Win, myself, and then the National Grid has their own arborist that comes out, and we all look at them and decide which trees come down.
And then the planning board has to sign off on that as
Yes. Planning board and about half of them were in Conservation Commission jurisdiction as well. So they had to go to both boards. It was a long process, but it was good because now the town doesn't have to take down those trees.
A question also about the tree planting. Is there state or federal money available to purchase trees?
Yeah, so what happens, what I'm trying to do is get us designated as an arbor tree city. Once we do that, we will have more chance to get grant funding from the state. So they look positively upon that. So when I go to apply for grants for more funding for trees and green infrastructure programs, that will be a big check for us.
What is the process of getting that designation?
So the biggest hurdle right now is creating a tree bylaw or a tree policy. The Conservation Commission has a policy, but it's not town-wide. So I'm working on creating that. We've got some people helping us with that. Once that gets approved, then I've got everything else lined up for the application to go. The only thing that we need is to have a celebration. So if we don't have a celebration, then we can't become a tree city.
Arbor Day celebration.
Correct. That's why it's in the budget.
Jamie? On the Winslow's salary, you have a FY '24 total of 4,262, which appears to be a combination of his current and the requested. Is that just a, you see what I mean? Should that just be 2,500 for FY '24 total?
Yeah, I believe so. I will double check that
Okay.
number, but it should be just 2,500. The
Okay,
formula just
thank
didn't
you.
follow over. Yep.
Yep.
Any other questions?
Nope, got a lot of good work going on trees.
Yeah,
Conservation
absolutely.
Commission is working hard on it, as well as Kate, so.
Yeah, we've got a lot of great feedback from the select board too, so thank you guys. All right, I have two capital requests. This one is also an ARPA request, but it's a little different than the ARPA request. The Open Space and Recreation Committee, we received $15,000 from CPC funding to do a feasibility study on what to do for the West Wenham Park, because right now it's very dilapidated. There's no signage, people really don't know where it is. The tennis court is unplayable. The basketball court is wonky. So the feasibility study went wonderful. We had great community participation and came up with this wonderful plan. In order to get it done, the plan's actually, now I found out, going to be about $800,000 because of inflation costs instead of $700,000 that's on here. That was a recent change, but in order to get this funded, we need to go to a bunch of different funding sources. And what we were thinking with the city is if the city could provide the infrastructure piece and updating the sports court piece. So what's there, improving it to make sure that the park is ADA compliant. Right now, anybody with any sort of ADA needs cannot use the park at all. Expand the existing facilities, so the tennis court could become 4 pickleball courts, and then the basketball court could be done over so it's usable and safer. And so, and then change the parking. So this $175,000, along with ARPA funding, could really work to get most of the basics done for the park. And then we're going to be going to CPC funding, requesting funding for the pavilion area with picnic tables, which is really wonderful because we don't have anything like that actually in Wenham. So that was what we're going to do with the CPC funding if we receive it.
So the 175,000 is the town's cost, or is that going to be offset by grants, CPC, and other sources of funding?
We'd be asking for $175,000 in capital funds, but we're actually also asking ARPA money too. So it really
We're
depends.
asking what, excuse me?
For ARPA funding as well, ARPA funding.
Is that in the ARPA list?
Yeah, so the ARPA list includes 170, and you got 175 from the town, and then they're looking at longer term, CPC, essentially the third quarter,
Right.
175 to
For the
200.
pavilion.
And then hopefully some private fundraising for the last quarter
And
of
we've
the
also been
800,000.
applying, oh, sorry, Gary. We've been applying for grants as well. So we're trying to piece it together, so
I
175
see,
would be.
I see, okay. So the total is 700,000 and our share, the town share, the
Right.
town budget share, you're requesting 175.
Yeah, and I just got an updated trending of the 700,000. It's probably going to be closer to 800,000 since the study was done.
Is there any state funding?
I applied for state funding. I've got rejected from multiple grants I've applied for, but I'm still working on it.
Oh, thank you for doing that.
Absolutely. And Rich from DPW has also said that he may be able to do, him and his team may be able to do some of the work for us, some of the grading work and creating some of the paths and things like that, which would be a great savings as well.
Can this be staged over the course of 24 months, 36 months, for example?
Yeah, we're thinking maybe a year and a half to 2 years, depending on funding. It really depends on how the funding comes in.
Thank you.
Great. All right, and lastly, we're at the Bucher School. I know a lot of you probably know that there's a flooding issue right over there that happens. And, you know, for our stormwater permitting, everybody talks about green infrastructure. It's kind of the new catchphrase, but it actually has been a great thing for conservation, and it actually really works. And so what I was thinking, because we have that large problem over there, what we can do is create a garden area. So it would be, they call them bioretention basins, but really like a rain garden kind of area on the side. I did check, and there's enough space on the street to still get emergency vehicles through. But we could create this really cool green garden, and it will reduce nutrient loading and pollutants into the ground. There'll be no contamination to local wetlands, which is great. It will recharge the groundwater, control flooding, and increase, number one, safety for the school and first responders, especially if we get flooding and then ice and snow. That's the main exit out of here, as you guys will all see when you leave. And so it's important to not have that flooding over there. And the coolest thing is this is a school here, so a bioretention system can really be used as an educational tool. I mean, I'd be happy to do talks for the classrooms over here, and then their science teachers can as well, and teach them about what that system's actually doing. And they can even, I was thinking, maintain it as well. But if they decide not to do that at the school, the maintenance cost is about $300 a year. And I've already talked to the maintenance gentleman here, and he'd be able to do a lot of the work as well.
So my only comment is, my youngest son, who's 26, who went to Bucher, knows very well about the flooding back there.
And I can put it back to the 1950s. It's always been there, the flooding.
So the infrastructure is interesting. It's what we think is it's catch basins, and they kind of just have a pipe, and then it's dry wells. So it's flooding because there's not enough place for the water to go, so it floods out. So I looked at the soils. They're all Class A soils, which means that it would drain very well. And so if you put a system like this in, and it can be beautiful and look really pretty, and then increase safety and stop the flooding from, when was it, Gary? 1950.
Way back.
I guess we don't need that on record for Gary, but yeah, it would be really cool. And for our stormwater permitting, it's good to show that we're doing these initiatives to the state as well. So there's a lot of benefits to this.
It's the only thing a constituent has asked me to fix.
Well, we've got a fix, we've got a solution, and it's a lot cheaper than taking that out and draining it to the street. If you drain it to the street, you're gonna probably drain it somewhere that's going into a wetland, and that's a large source of pollutant loading.
Great.
So this is environmentally better and cheaper.
Can you elaborate, at all on the last comment you just made about the state and how this could benefit us in some way?
Yeah, so every year we have to fill out, Rich knows this better than me because this is his wheelhouse, but it's called MS4 permitting. And it's a state mandate. And they have these conditions that you have to do. So you have to do training, you have to do cleaning of catch basins, there's a whole list of things you have to do. And they have you list 5 green infrastructure projects that you're working on to do in your town. And so I listed the 5, that was my part of doing the permitting, and this was one of them. So the state hasn't come and mandated this yet, there are suggestions to do, but when I was at the MACC, that's the Massachusetts Association of Conservation Commissioners Conference, a few months ago, they did say that in the next round of these permitting situations, which could be 5 or 10 years from now, they're gonna start mandating this. So it's good to just kind of get ahead of it.
And this is the one we did apply for the grant, right? That
Yes,
went all the way through the legislature, but the governor pulled it?
Yes, Governor Baker pulled it at the last minute. So Representative Belcito got it through. I actually got $100,000, so I was gonna do this, and then looking over here, there's some areas I think that flood, and we have other areas that I'm looking at. And I was so excited, I even put it on my wall. I was so happy, and then Governor Baker pulled it out at the last minute. But we're still looking and applying. We've got MVP grant rounds coming up, so I'll be applying for more grants, trying to get more funding for the town.
Great.
Great, thank you, everybody.
Just a quick question. Is a
Yes.
project like this something that would be subcontracted, or would that fall under the work of DPW?
So it would need to be engineered, and so we would definitely have to go get engineered plans for something like this, and then I could always talk to Rich. We have great communication, so we run things by each other all the time. So it would be something, partially maybe, and then we can contract out the rest, or, I don't know, we could work together on it. It's a great suggestion.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Steve, can I ask a general question
Sure.
while we're waiting? Where are benefits captured in all
So
of these?
benefits will be under general government. We'll
The-
cover
all
those.
of the benefits for all of the departments?
Yeah.
Okay.
So we'll talk about the pension
Consolidated.
assessment. General insurance would be like the town's liability insurance, but health insurance as well.
Okay, so
Will
for
all be
all the
discussed
departments,
later.
it's
Yep.
aggregated? Okay. got it.
Yeah, it's a separate section of the budget altogether.
Okay,
Yep.
thank you.
Public Works.
Next. Yeah, just next. Yeah, can you see that? No. Do you want me to try to make it bigger, please? Right. Okay. Oh, just kidding. Just kidding.
Just when we get to the budget line items, it might be tough.
I think that's just the one.
That's okay. I can't see it, I'll just ask you guys.
Okay. How did you get a full screen last time on here so you can see?
It's funny, it's.
Are we on? Because I can remember, sixth grade, recess was out there, especially springtime, the melt. We used to have the.
This will take 20 minutes at least, for a half an hour.
You could see how deep you could get into the library, into the socks. 072, yeah, so that's been.
My best guess.
forever.
Who knows?
My oldest buddy.
All right. I'm Bruce Lane. Yeah, yeah.
What time do you have a, get home?
But evidently in the past,
Dennis is taking over.
town and school couldn't agree as to who was going to pay.
Right. Certainly, if we can get grant money,
That's it after.
do it.
Yeah, just let me know if you need.
So thank you, Rich Souza, DPW Director. I started back in last January, so I'm just about a year into the town here. So overall, it starts with myself. I have multiple staff, foreman, a shared admin assistant services, the facilities manager, which I'll be presenting the facilities budget as well. So basically, we are a small group, but we get a lot done with the staff that we have. I will say currently I'm down 2 staff members, so that is, with a group my size, that's a percentage of the staff that we have. But we're interviewing. We're trying to bring more people on board. Jamie, this is not. No.
Are they part of the operations, Rich? DPW operations, those 2 positions are in that category?
Correct. Yep. Those technically both are driver-operator positions.
Driver operators, okay.
Just put it down, because it's not letting me move it. I'll fix it after. I just put it down.
This is not on
Why is
there.
it not?
I don't know.
Maybe just try closing it. There we go.
Do you have it saved on the desktop?
No, it's on there's a thumb drive in there.
I didn't see any detail of the library budget. Did I miss it?
I thought it was in the presentation.
Oh, here it is. I'm sorry.
Share displays is not working.
Seems this system could do
It's not
with an
doing it.
upgrade.
When I tried to. From the beginning.
I think the school actually has their boards,
Yes.
because they're all out of date.
Yep.
This thing's obviously not working.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, right.
So we ought to,
Call. Is Tom running that call?
especially out of the high school, they're replacing
Your real life scenario.
electronic whiteboards.
They are.
So that's something we ought to see if we can get one for
How big was the Danvers IT?
town administrator's office
Right.
or something.
Yeah, Whalen is like 4.
It's
It's
or
helpful to have someone
totally
on
out of
site,
date
you know?
or serviceable.
Presenter view.
Yeah.
Right, yes, yeah.
Our regular
Colby,
meeting?
yeah.
Yeah, it is. Especially,
Yeah.
very basic custodial items and stuff.
Like day-to-day, yeah, right. Help tickets. Yep. Yeah.
Right.
Oh, yeah, behind the scenes, yeah.
And they had these things called basic order.
Yeah.
So it's stuff that's just routinely.
Right.
You just have.
We had one person
like a
mostly
set
assigned
price.
to just our Munis
And
soft.
so I just get these.
One person.
From,
Sign in,
from all the
and all it is,
departments, yeah.
Danvers
you
have,
just-
it's,
They have software.
the items
Oh,
and where they're supposed to be shipped to.
No.
Munis is a
It's
little more
basically what you can do with iron.
personal.
Yep.
earlier, and it's what,
Send me 10 more rolls of TP. Yeah, I got 5 trees. This is the
Yeah, we
price.
can't even get it done.
The hours, hourly wage.
Actually, if you want to just talk off your, you want to just get them set up with the book, and they can just talk.
this is what we spent last. Yeah, it should be the same.
Do you wanna, it's right, do you have this?
Steve, you want to take like a 10-minute break?
What's that?
Can we take a 10-minute break?
Yeah, sure. You want to do that?
Is that all right?
Good idea.
Like, two of the things that I
Do you want it on here?
All right. Okay, so thank you for that, for the pause there. So for salaries, jump right in. DPW is, I guess, significant in the sense where we are, my staff employees are union. So per contract this year, we'll be in our second of a three-year contract. So that's a 2.5 increase in their salaries. So that's where you basically see the 2.8, and then you put my salary, my foreman's salary, and I guess that would be the only non-union within the group. So that's a salary overview. So starting with vehicle maintenance, that's basically everything that we do and pay to maintain the fleet. So I do have mentioned a mechanic on staff. So that is purchasing parts, materials for vehicles. Electric, we increased that due to the estimated charges that, of increases for keeping the lights on. Gas and oil, that's a level funded this year, and that is due to currently we are assisting the town of Hamilton with gasoline, basically, usage. They currently have no tanks that they're using to fill their fleet. So that's why that is a $80,000 budget. The way it works is they come to our facility, they fuel up. We have a totalizer for each one of their vehicles, so we know how many gallons that key has pumped, and we bill them back on a per gallon unit.
And that revenue is captured in the initial receipts, local receipts.
No, because that's that's an expense budget, and the way we do that is that we pay for it, and then when they give the money back, it goes right back into that line. Because it's not really a revenue source for us, that's just money in and money out.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Water, that's basically, water consumption within the DPW garage. Contract services, you do see a, significant increase there. That's based on previous years. So if you see, previous actuals, we were pretty low funded there. So the majority of that comes out of we have a contract with a pest control company. So that's within all the town buildings. It's not just DPW garage. So it's pest control, insect control. That's where the majority of that budget lies. DPW supplies, that's basically everyday operating. Anything that we more or less need to buy that's not vehicle related, that's where those funds come out of. Actually, MS4 permitting, that was briefly touched upon. Kate is right in the sense where it's a state mandate where we have to do X amount of work. They rolled out basically a 10-year program. We're wrapping up year 4, so we're right in the middle of this program, and majority of that is catch basin cleaning. The engineering consultant that we use to report to the state, so that is a line that we use to fund that whole program. Telephones, basically our internet phones, and then that's all within the DPW garage at Grapevine Road. Postage and mailing out public mailers, notifications to the public. Street maintenance. Now, that is aside from my highway road paving work. That street maintenance is filling potholes, curb that's picked up, street sweeping. So there's different tasks that are used out of those funds. Catch basin rebuild and replace. We have significant drainage within the town, a lot of low-lying areas. We have a lot of catch basin repairs and replacements, also ancillary lines that we have to repair, replace. So anything that has to do with stormwater is funded out of that budget. Oh, that's right. We're right into facilities. Any questions on the DPW highway or operating budget?
And the MS4 permitting, if I remember the numbers correctly from a year or two ago, Rich, was we eliminated the curbside leaf pickup.
Mm-hmm.
And that helped us in the MS4 permitting expenses overall, because we weren't expending in terms of payroll personnel people. Do I have that correct from 2 years ago?
That's before my time. I'm not sure if that was one of, I guess, the reasons that would be in there. Other than I do pay for the catch basin cleanings out of those funds.
Yeah.
So
I think it was we didn't expend payroll or personnel
overtime
expenses to do the leaves.
Yep.
But it allowed for reduced costs in the permitting, if I remember.
yeah, I'd have to look deeper into as far as, but the one, so part of the requirements of the MS4 is catch basin cleaning, which a majority of that is silt and leaves.
Yeah.
So if you were to remove the time that the department spent, time and equipment usage, that would go away, and we would use those funds to pay a catch basin cleaning contractor. And that's just one piece of the overall program that they were required to do by the state. For facilities, so we have one facilities manager, Mike Hardy. He's basically a one-man show that oversees the maintenance, repair, preventative maintenance of the town buildings. So going through each of these items, the town hall, the police, fire, and COA. So those funds that are represented here are all repairs and maintenance to those buildings. So if they're, it's not necessarily a project, but if Mike gets a call, to repair, anything, within the building, he's able to use funds for each of those, out of each of those line items per those buildings. Cleaning supplies and janitorial services. So we provide our contractor.
Hold on one sec, Rich, sorry. If anyone looking for the packet, it's the third paper clip from the back. They're in the order of the agenda, but where Rich was here to present, we just took this out of order in the slides.
My apologies. I'll give you guys a second to catch up on that.
It's right after town clerk in the packet.
Almost to the end, right? Last.
Yeah, third staple from the end. Paperclip.
Okay, so I'm down where Steve just said about 6 rows down to cleaning supplies, janitorial services. More or less, we provide our contract cleaner the materials and cleaning supplies to clean the buildings nightly. Energy manager, that's a shared position. That's basically, her name is Vicky Massoni. She's part of the Green Communities. She does the work for Wenham and as well as Hamilton regarding clean energy grants. The solar project, she was helped out with the procurement there, so very well a needed position that we're able to share with Hamilton, which is great. Lawn maintenance and decorations, it's pretty self-explanatory. That's basically True Green comes, treats properties and decorations. For instance, you see wreaths out right now. That's where those funds are paid out of. So things like that. Elevator maintenance and repair. Case in point, this week we had somebody at Town Hall repairing the elevators. So, there's a few elevators that we have to maintain, and that's where those funds are paid out of. It could be, some years, it could be a really expensive line item because there's a lot of work that might need to be done. And some years, maybe, we get a little lucky, but as you saw this week, we were paying money for that. Elevator inspectional services. That's actually a new line item. I broke that out this year due to the additional inspections and permits that we need for our elevators. Before, that price was within the previous item I just talked about, And it's at the point where it really should have its own line item, because those are basically, or those are state-regulated permits that we have to have. So the repair cost shouldn't be hit with those types of regulated permits. Building stock and supplies, very explanatory in the sense where, we're able to go and purchase lumber and other supplies to fix any problems within any one of the buildings. Overhead door contractor, the town has, I think it's 15, 16 garage doors, overhead doors, so we need to repair and maintain those. So that's where, if there's any issues there, where we have a line item we're able to use funds out of. Cleaning contractor, as mentioned before, that's the King Handyman is the contractor we currently have. They're the ones that are cleaning the facilities and buildings nightly. Johnson Controls is the HVAC software technician that we use. So if there's any issues, not necessarily on the mechanical side of HVAC, if there's any software issues, they're the ones who come in and help maintain the systems working properly. Generator services, multiple generators within town. If there's any issues there, that's where those funds are used out of. Stewart Septic, obviously many septic tanks in town. We have an annual program where we pump those for each property. So that's where we are able to fund that. Fire alarm and sprinkler inspections, very much like the elevator. Those are just basically regulated inspections that we have to have the buildings sprinkled and permitted. And National Grid Electric, two-bay garage. So you see that new there in the sense where we currently used to be a three-bay, now it's a two-bay garage. Mike has a small office there, so he does a lot of his paperwork out of that office, and that basically keeps the lights on in that building. Any questions on facilities?
It's not on here, Rich, but it's under ARPA. We have a $500,000 improvement or repair or replacement. I'm not sure which of the HVAC at Town Hall.
Town Hall HVAC?
Yeah,
So-
so the first,
About that, right, in your capital?
the first question I have is the third time I've asked it. Is that an estimate? Is that a plug number at this point? Do we go out to bid on that? It's a significant number after only 14 years of having the HVAC system in the
Right.
new town hall. What's going on with that?
So we do have, so that when we requested the ARPA funds, 500 was, I guess, more of a placeholder. We have received one bid to this point. I think that came in at around 350,000. That's better, obviously, we're pleased with that amount, but this project hasn't gone out to bid yet. So with the increased costs of everything nowadays, we didn't want to drop it down to 350 because we fear that when it does go out to bid, hopefully within less than a year, I don't think costs will be lower. So we were more or less hedging our bets there and keeping that 500,000 in. Again, the 350 was just a estimated cost from a contractor who needed probably even more time to go through every building to give us an exact number. So
Yeah, if I could
It's-
just jump in on this. So that's basically, that was like a quick and dirty bid from a contractor to get a placeholder. We believe 500 is more realistic, if not maybe even a little low at this point as we're finding out more. So we had the IAQ, which is Internal Air Quality Division from the state, came in to kind of take a look at things, our HVAC, how the air flows, and they pointed out some issues that we weren't aware of. Things like there's significant moisture retention in the room. If you look at the paneling on the ceilings, they're bowing down from the condensation that comes in from the hallways, and also it's rotting out. And this has been brought up as one of the needs to replace, but we didn't realize what was contributing to it was under the condensation that builds up in the rooms is then pulled through the heating or cooling unit, which then reduces it back down to water. And then it's overflowing the drip pans and rotting out the drip pans in all the little air handler units in each room. And there's no external air exchange. We have exhaust, but we don't have any external air exchange to, I guess, just to reduce the humidity and also improve the air quality. So we're looking at a system that can do all that.
So 500,000 minimum, probably.
Which
And
is why
we're way beyond any kind of recouping of any dollars from the original contractor, I'm sure.
Yeah, I'd believe so. But, yeah, it's, you know, as we're getting into it, it's getting a little like any project. It starts to get more involved than you initially thought.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, next slide. So now this is into highway capital. So what you see up here is a trackless machine that we use to clear sidewalks, and also it has multiple attachments that you can clear roadways and also mow. So we're currently in a 5-year lease. This is just a lease payment for year 3. So this $31,000 will be, you know, we'll see this 2 more years, and then we own the machine.
I'm sorry, what's the useful life on that machine?
So 20 years, depending on, since it's so versatile, so that's kind of a double-edged sword question answer, because it's so versatile, I could have that used every day of the year. Because you know, you can plow snow, it has a snow blower attachment, we mow with it. So it's a fine line, you know, on my judgment of how often we use that to keep it, you know, useful. And so they're great tools, and but 20 years, I assume, for the services we provide, I think we'll have that for that long.
Could you go back to that slide, please? Just, okay, so that's the year 3. All right, right, we've been doing, yeah, okay, I just wanted to clarify for
Yep.
myself. So we'll be
Year 3
paid
of a
up
5-year.
on year 3, and it's ours.
I'm sorry?
After year 3.
No, it's year 3 of a 5-year.
3 of 5.
Year 3 of 5.
3 of 5, oh.
So you mean
Yeah.
after
Thank you.
5 years?
So after 5 years, we own the machine.
Got it.
Yes.
I missed it.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you. So this is the roadway surfacing and paving line item within capital. This is what we pay aside from our Chapter 90 funds that we receive from the state. So to continue, you know, maintaining our roadways and doing the work that we do, we have this line item to fund those costs. For instance, Chapter 90 does have regulations in the sense where any road under 500 feet, you cannot apply Chapter 90 funds to those roads. So we have to fund any road sub 500, you know, out of this. And you know, Wenham doesn't have many long streets, so that's where this is what I'm able to use to fund those types of projects. So this is a replacement of a 12-year-old pickup truck. It's a Chevy 2500 HD, 97,000 miles on it. I think it's, you know, since I've given this, we're probably over, you know, 98, obviously. So this vehicle is used every day throughout the year. This vehicle also plows. So, you know, we have, I would say, you know, more of we've gotten its money's worth with the lifespan of these vehicles. Usually pickups that are used to plow, you hope to get 10 years out of them. Then, you know, initial usage as far as all of our lawn, you know, parks, maintenance, you know, this is out every single day. So a very utilized piece of equipment. This cost does include a new plow as well, so it's pickup and plow.
And does equipment like this stay at the yard overnight, or does this go home with someone?
This one stays in the yard. Yep, no one takes this home. Yep. So this vehicle would be new to the fleet, considering it as an admin vehicle. I would mostly use this vehicle. Currently, we have one spare pickup truck, very similar to the one you just saw. But again, that spare is used almost daily. It plows as well for us. So anytime that we have a storm, if we have a vehicle that's down during that storm, I don't have a vehicle to use. So we use the spare that we currently have for those situations, as well as during the summer, if our mechanic is working on a vehicle in his maintenance bay, I don't have a vehicle to use. So this is would be considered an admin vehicle for the DPW director. I think Kate really kind of hopefully tuned up, her conversation regarding the trees. So this is a tow-behind chipper that we currently have. It's a 1998. It's old. It has a lot of issues. I mean, it still works for us. We bring it out pretty often because the amount of tree and limb calls that we have. Our services as far as tree removal is more usually the downed limbs that we need to remove off the road and chip. Obviously, safety controls have come a long way from 98. This current machine, has zero to few safety features. So a new machine that would be really beneficial in the sense of usage and safety. This actually, what I spec'd out is in kind to the size of this machine, the current machine. It's more or less the same make and model, just the 2023 version. So a very utilized, very important piece of equipment, but also the safety piece is pretty important to me.
So 2 questions on that, Rich. One, what's the life of this machine as it exists? And would this chipper processor work? Could that be part of our contract with Iron Tree or whatever company?
Yep.
What would be the cost variances between buying one for $49,000 and contracting out? Do you have any sense of that?
Yeah, so it's a good question in the sense, so the life expectancy of this current machine, we're limping it along. So
What?
we're limping it along. We're just kind of getting by, it doesn't have much more time on this current machine.
Okay.
That being said, if we were to use it for the types of calls that we call Iron Tree in, this machine couldn't handle. They take care of larger trees. This can handle up to 12 inches in diameter for a tree trunk. So it's utilized as a machine that we can get limbs, smaller trees off the road and chip them. It would not be, if Iron Tree used this machine daily, it would probably be a month and they would probably destroy it in the sense of it's not used every single day of the week the way the Iron Tree would. So for those larger trees or limbs, I'd rather call in Iron Tree to do that. Does that answer?
Well, in part, yeah, sure, it did, Rich. But if Iron Tree came in to do the smaller work,
Yep. Okay.
what would be the offsets one way or the other? That's the question, basically.
It would get costly because that work is always emergency, work, where it costs more to call them in and expect them there within an hour. Where if it's a machine that we own, we can respond
Right away.
within an hour, and that's even off hours. So I don't think the availability of a contractor for the usage of this machine would be beneficial to not have it. So I think I understand what you're saying is if we didn't have this and we always called in a contractor for those types of situations, I think it would pay for itself very fast if we owned it.
Thank you.
And if you acquire a new machine, do you retire this old one, or do you keep it as a backup?
So I think because the safety issues and the age of this machine, it would probably go to a public auction. So in those funds, whatever we would receive from that public auction goes to the general fund. That doesn't go back to the DPW budget. So when we trade in trucks, that money that we receive via public auction goes to general fund. All right, so kind of switching gears back to facilities. This is, so Mike Hardy, our facilities manager, is in these buildings every single day. He works very closely with, all the staff within all these buildings. So these are the requests of the other departments for repairs, upgrades, and changes to modify the buildings. So the first one we have here, all three of these are for the police station. The building is, I think, at least 15 years old. It's never been painted since it was built. So, we have a quote for $25,000 to paint the exterior of the police station. So that's what that first bullet is. The second is $10,000 for restroom upgrades. This is more of an upgrade project where not rearranging anything within the floor plan, but repairing floors or replacing floors, walls, things to that nature to give it a facelift, because that hasn't been touched for 15 years as well. The third bullet, we sent a camera from within the building to the holding tank. It's tough to see in this picture, but there's a manhole right off the curb there. We identified what's called it's a belly within the pipe that goes from the building to that tank. So what's happening is it's causing backups into the police station. So this $7,500 would replace that line. It's not a repair, it'd actually be a replacement of that line, which would benefit as far as the backups. This slide is for the fire department. So I know the chief, I believe this is not the first time roof replacement has been presented. It's only gotten older. We have done patch repair to it, but from what we've been told and estimates, it's I think the roof was from the 60s. So this would be replacing that section of that roof for $90,000. It's the rubber roof. The other picture that you see is the front entrance into their office or their building, and that would be to basically remove the concrete stairway and put a ADA ramp into the building.
So that building is not ADA compliant at all now, even in the back?
So the back, my understanding, the back is not where the public enters. The back is where the chief and the deputy chief go into their office.
So it doesn't comply with ADA?
So, yeah, so this is to get the public into the front door. And then on the back side, at that entrance we're talking about, the back entrance, there is an opportunity where the two offices, the chief, deputy chief, for $5,000, there could be some modifications done where it's more of an open area. I think they basically be eliminating a smaller hallway and creating a larger open space for the two offices to work out of. And I guess they say better workflow, better communication. They're able to have just a better, I guess, work environment there. So now we're at the Council on Aging building, actually right around the corner here. And the front stairs, so this is off the School Street entrance. The front stairs are obviously an older brick and mortar construction with these iron rails. This $8,000 would replace this current entrance, and we would build something exactly similar to the side entrance, the Ellis Street entrance. That does have a ramp. That is a wood entrance, so we would just be replacing this current entrance and replacing it with in kind of the side entrance. Additional $8,000 for the basement floor. It is the original flooring. I believe that is actually asbestos flooring, so we're going to level off the floor, encase it with a floor treatment, either, I think the price was for vinyl tile. And I know Jim at the COA says that if we're able to create this better flooring, he'd be able to have more, I don't know if it's activities or just usage that actually downstairs there. So that's something he'd like to do because he'd be able to use the basement more.
So that's another $8,000 for FY '24 from what's in this list. Is that correct, Jamie? DPW Facilities Council, I see the $8,000 for the front stairs, but not for the basement.
Yeah, so that's an additional 8,000.
Yep.
We'll add that.
I believe we're on to the next department from this one. Thank you for your time. Any questions?
Actually, I have a general question, particularly in light of what we're hearing about the increases in utility costs from National Grid. Consideration for solar panels. We've got a lot of buildings.
Yep. So we just did the library solar project. So that's a pretty major undertaking. I guess the answer is there's nothing being considered today that would, I guess, reflect the '24 budget. But since the project was such a success, and now I think the town is probably more educated on grant and project execution of, a solar project like that, it does, I guess, beg the question, are there other locations in town that we could use that we'd benefit from? So to answer your question, nothing in the very near future, but I think we've learned a lot where, it'd be something that, we should be looking at the next project to take a swing at.
Thank you.
Just really nitnoid thing, but can insurance cover the sewer septic repair because it's a natural cause? I know I got insurance to cover a tree root in my sewer, but anyway, didn't know if that's possible.
So, I don't know. I don't want to say yes or no. I've always been told that, or I guess let me take a step back. Other communities that I've worked for, when there were sewer issues, and the resident asked if it was a public sewer, so where I was before there was public sewer, and a line that went to the main in the roadway, the responsibility from the town or the town's insurance started at the sewer main. I don't know from a residential piece, which this is actually a town property, if Maya would pay for that. It's at least 15 years old. We haven't asked that question, so I don't have a good answer, but I will look into that. We'll see if insurance will cover it. I doubt it.
I doubt it too, but
Yeah,
maybe worth
but-
asking.
But it's worth asking.
Thank you, Rich.
Thank you,
Who we got up next?
Library?
Library. Sorry for the long wait, but we're getting through this.
Thanks, Rich.
Hello. So for the library this year, for our organizational chart that represents maintaining of current staff, no staffing changes from fiscal '23 to '24 in terms of number of positions that we have. So going through line by line, the salary represents it's the 2+2, that's the 2% COLA, the 2% merit that's in their current CBA agreement. Their contract is up. We're in the middle of negotiations, so I'm sure that will flex some, but that's what we based the original assumption on for that number. You can see at the top, I also added what our fiscal '24 requirement is for certification and state aid. So that's always the past 3 years' budgets, average, and then adding 2.5%, I believe. So that's what gets us to our minimum qualification to receive our state aid every year, which is usually, this year, it's about 28,000-ish. And the state's been very good the last few years. State aid to libraries has gone up quite a bit, so that's been a big help to us. So, I can go, that's actually, I'll go back, sorry. So our library books line item, that's also a requirement from the state. It is based on population. I believe through the population that we fall into, combined Hamilton and Wenham, 16% of our budget needs to be spent on materials. That 141,000 isn't quite all of it. We can pull what they call materials from different line items. It's not just books. It's our magazine subscriptions, it's our electronic resources, some technology can be included in that. So we pull from multiple sources to get to the actual number, but the state does like to see an increase in that library books line item every year. We've moved some, if you dig deeper into our budget, we've moved some of those materials around just because uses of things have changed, obviously, as technology changes. We don't see as many audiobooks going out. We don't see as many DVDs going out. So we shift some of that money around between different lines to what we're seeing our patrons use. Our subscription in periodicals is definitely down. We look at that every year. There's less and less physical magazines being published, so that in every year, I think 3 or 4 of them go out of business. Martha Stewart doesn't publish a magazine anymore. So we switch some of that into the electronic magazine collections. And even newspapers, we've all seen it. Newspapers just aren't being published. They're all going out of business slowly. So those costs definitely come down every year. Our technology line is up. That is because our membership to the Merrimack Valley Consortium has gone up. It went up 5% this year for fiscal '24. They haven't increased that's an assessment that we pay for our membership. That hasn't gone up in 6 years. So it was inevitable that this was gonna happen. They can't go up any more than 5%, so we're right at the top of that increase. They have a new executive director, so she's definitely looking at those things to make sure that we're not all shocked every year with a 5% increase. We're seeing it this year because it needed to happen. We're hoping in the years to come that that's a more stable increase, maybe only 1 or 2%, but we'll see. That number also includes our electronic materials payment to them. They control, or they purchase for us, our membership for our ebooks, our e-audiobooks, and that assessment goes up every year just to help with the purchasing of those items and the wait lists that we see all the time. We get a lot of inquiries about how long people are waiting to see their ebooks, so they're trying to put more and more money into that every year. And then the last part of technology is technology. It's replacing mice, it's replacing keyboards, it's our contract with our phone company, various other things, miscellaneous technology things that fall into that. Our office supplies is up slightly due to the cost of postage going up. We mail a ton of interlibrary loan items, and that's definitely cost us some increased money over the years. It went down in past years because of COVID, we just weren't mailing things, but since all of that seems to be back, we're definitely seeing an increase in that. The next two lines are level funded. Our heat and utilities line, we're hoping, again, as Rich talked about, that fiscal '24, I level funded our electricity. We should be seeing solar credits by fiscal '24, so it's really hard to know what that number's gonna look like. None of us have been through this. It's not, I'm hoping it's gonna be a lot less than that number that I gave you, but I don't know. I'm hoping when I come back in fiscal '25, I'll have a definite better idea of what our electric budget looks like now that the solar panels will be active. And I did give us an increase, obviously, in our heat and our gas expense. Everything else is level funded. And then in building and grounds, I added some extra money into our repair line item. We've seen a lot of repairs this year, the current fiscal year that we're in, some unexpected things. Elevators have been mentioned. We've got an elevator repair coming up. Our sprinkler system also failed its water backflow test, so that's another $7,000 expense this year that we're seeing. So when you have, 22, 23-year-old building, the repair line item increases every year. So that's why we added a little bit of money into that.
So Kim, Vicky, our energy guru, was in front of the planning board talking about the library solar project, and she said that solar's gotten so much more efficient that theoretically it could cover like 85 to 90% of your electric needs.
Yeah, that's what the company has been telling us, and also what Vicky has as well. I get nervous when those aren't real things, until I can actually see them. National Grid was at the building on Monday, I believe, so they were doing their end of the work to hook us into the National Grid lines. So I'm not sure what's left on that. We may even see savings this year. It's just that great unknown of
Well, I
not,
think we
yeah,
should really
not
keep
knowing.
an eye on it to see how well it does, because
Yeah.
then, to Jim's question, are there other properties we should be putting solar on?
Yeah, it's definitely been a process. It's definitely been a big learning experience for me. But yeah, I'm hoping the end results are huge savings in that line, so. Can I answer any questions about operating before?
Procedurally, so how does that work? You're going to spend less, presumably, because of the solar panels. The money you do not spend on electric, do you get to spend elsewhere, or do you have to come to Finance Committee or Select Board to spend the savings? Or does it just not get spent?
I would defer to,
I mean, I guess technically, yes, if it's budgeted for, they could access those funds, but likely they would not spend them because it's designated for utilities. And as we saw the actuals trending downward when the solar panels are completely online and producing what we hope they'll produce, we'll start to work that budget down.
There's an actual savings?
Yeah.
And this is a shared resource, of course. How does the allocation of expense between
Yeah, so just to
Hamilton
give,
and Wenham work?
to give a little background, and then Kim can talk more on the formula, this is a shared resource. So the building is actually in Hamilton, correct?
yes.
And we, in this situation, we serve as the lead on the library, meaning that, we administer the budget and the capital needs and all of that when maintaining the building. And that's the reason why you see the heat and utilities here is something that would live, any impact would always live in the library, because we need to share the benefit or the pain, when things are going up, because it's going to roll up into a total and then get disseminated down amongst the two communities. And then how does I'm not familiar with how the assessment works on this.
It's about 6436. When we did the roof, for example.
Yep.
There was 75,000 for the roof between the two communities, and it's 64, at that point, it's 6436.
It's a calculation based off, I believe it's the values of both communities over the last 3 years, and that's how we do the split. So it goes up or down between the
Yeah,
60 and
it's-
40
it's-
points,
yeah,
but
it's
not much.
variable,
But yeah.
that's right, yeah. It's a variable rate.
So what we're seeing here is the total library's budget, and then there's a line item in revenue that
There
is
is.
the
Correct.
There is
reimbursement?
at the,
Is that-
under,
Two-thirds that we get back
Yeah.
from Hamilton.
if you look at the front of the budget, there's, Jamie has it outlined under.
Shared, it says shared
Shared
assessment, something to that effect.
It's in here someplace.
The overview, the first
Oh, I see,
overview.
yeah, special assessments.
Special
library.
assessments, that's right.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
It's all under that.
And then under technology, do you have an option as to which consortium you belong to, or geographically, are you kind of locked into Merrimack Valley?
It's roughly geographical. It's a little weird how they all panned out, I think, in the beginning when these were done. We fall into Merrimack Valley. We're close, I mean, Beverly, which is right next door, they're in the Noble network. Gloucester is a different network than us. So we're in a bit of a weird spot in terms of how the border lines fall. But historically, we've always been Merrimack Valley.
I guess the question is getting at if the increases, you're saying you hope it's not significant year to year, but is there an option to leave one consortium and go to another if it's more economical?
It's been done, not recently, but I know maybe about 5, 6, 7 years ago, I know Groton used to be a different library consortium, and they moved into Merrimack Valley. I haven't looked into it, to be honest. I don't know what the cost difference would be. I would presume Noble is a more expensive consortium to be a part of, simply because they have academic libraries that are a big part of their network, and accessing academic resources always costs more money. But I honestly haven't looked into it. But yeah, it's a weird dividing line. We get Beverly people a lot that are welcome to use our library and our building and our resources, but when we say, oh no, we're not the same network, like, what? Beverly's right there.
Kim, just to clarify for myself, the salaries of the director and all the directors of services, they're not within the agreement, is that correct?
Yeah, I'm the only one that's not
You're
union.
the only one that's not in the agreement.
Everyone else is
So,
union.
okay, so I just want to be clear about the subtotal of total salaries. It goes up fairly modestly, a couple of $1,000s. And how is that working if we're looking at 4 points, roughly 4 points, 2 and 2?
So we've had a huge staffing turnover over the last year. We've lost 7 staff members from last fiscal year to fiscal '23.
Okay.
So when those staff members come on board, they come on board at the low end of the salary spectrum. So as painful as it was to lose 7 people and have to hire 7 new people,
right.
it does, in the end, save us some money in the
But
salary
this
department.
captures the projection out there of approximately 4 points, 4%.
Yes,
Okay,
yeah.
thank you.
Thank you, Kim.
Just one other general question. Usage, are you seeing increase, decrease? What's the
Yeah, I had that.
traffic through your front door?
Yeah, I had that on one of my other statistical slides. Let's see if I can grab the right number here. Yeah, so in fiscal '22, our circulation was 224,196 items, which is a 29% increase over fiscal '21. Now, fiscal '21 was the first year we were sort of back to normal-ish opening. So if you go back to fiscal '19, which I would consider our last, quote, normal year, that's up 3% over fiscal '19. So we're definitely seeing people come back, which is great. We registered 741 new borrowers. We answered 10,473 reference questions, and we had 55,786 people through the door in fiscal '22. So, yeah, people are back, which is nice. We'll see what the winter brings with RSV and more COVID, but yeah, it's definitely nice to have normal foot traffic back in the building.
Yeah, of course, thank you.
And we are, I brag about us because our circulation numbers consistently outpace a lot of our neighboring libraries. If I can go back, fiscal 20 and 21 are sort of anomalies, so we kind of toss those out a little bit comparatively speaking, but we have higher circulation than Gloucester, Marblehead, Danvers, and Peabody for our area. We're also the third busiest library for our population size in the entire state. Weston and Bedford are the only two libraries that outcirculate us. So, yay. I brag about us.
I got a card this year.
I can't believe Medford shows up there.
I'm sorry?
I said, I'm surprised Medford shows up there.
Yeah, when you, it's a weird, the population grouping we fall into, I believe, is 10,000 to 14,999. It's a weird one, but if you're taking both towns into consideration, which we do. Shall I go ahead to our capital? Yep, carpet, year of the carpet. So our carpet is original to the building, so 22, 23 years old. It obviously, given that foot traffic number, sees a high level of use. In 2012, based on what I could find, they were able to use some of the remnant from the original carpeting to do some replacements in certain areas, but obviously 23 years of use. We have carpet coming up off of the floor in certain areas. We've got lovely pieces of tape holding it down in certain areas because it's becoming a tripping hazard. We did have it cleaned professionally when we were closed during the pandemic, so that helped. It extends the life a little bit, but we also saw some bubbling of the carpet coming up off of the cement floor after it was cleaned just because of its age and the glue not sticking as well as it used to. So it was originally, if I go back and look through my historical research, it was asked for in fiscal 17 as a capital item that didn't get funded, and then obviously we've had other things come up that were more pressing and important, so it keeps getting pushed back and pushed back, and we keep kicking the can down the road, and it's probably time to start seriously looking at it as something that needs to be fixed. We would be replacing it with carpet squares, which hopefully would be easier to replace, easier to clean. And also the company I got our bid from, they work very well with libraries. They've done a ton of libraries in the area, and they are also on the state bid list. Their quote included removal of the carpet, the current carpet, installation of the new, all the materials, all the labor, and the actual moving of the furniture, which was a big deal to me because I didn't want to impose on DPW to move all that furniture. So, and that's that final 175. And that quote was good, obviously, just till the end of this year. So we'll see what they come back at. But
was a flooring material other than carpet considered?
we have some areas that are tile. Right around our circulation desk is all tile, and behind the circulation desk is as well. There's also places where we have linoleum floor, just for cleaning purposes. You know, the story time room is all linoleum. Our staff room is linoleum. I feel like I'm missing some places. One of our hallways is linoleum, just because they're places that tend to get really high traffic and very dirty. But everything else is carpet.
Questions? Thank you.
Did you do the HVAC? Did I miss?
No, Mike Hardy and I spoke about HVAC when we were putting our 5-year plan together. We've put it off till next year, hoping we can limp through one more year with what we have, just because the expense is so big and because we did the roof and we're just hoping.
Is that related to the solar panels in any way, or no, it's entirely separate?
Yeah.
Okay. The only, Peter raised this before. We have the HVAC at the town hall, now we have HVAC here, and whether there's any potential confluence of savings if we have a same contractor. I don't know if that's at all at all possible, but just for consideration. They're both big expenses.
Yes.
Think about.
Anything else? Okay. Move on.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, Kim.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think, Eric, you're up.
Water. Water, water, water. Water, water, water.
This one, yeah, to the next one. And you have to go back for whenever you use it.
Tree warden.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you're good.
All right, so water department, 3 full-time employees, 1 part-time employee. We are still, have not filled the primary operator position. That was vacant since we had somebody retire. But we're in the same boat as many cities and towns, just being able to get qualified operators is very difficult. We are competitive with other towns, but, so the plan is right now is we have a secondary operator. We're gonna get him his licenses and move him up to that primary operator position. And then backfill the secondary position, which is easier to fill. See, Water Commission, 3-member board. We are self-funded. We have a special revenue fund. We use no tax money for the water department. We'll go to. We have a slight increase in salaries, just with normal. We have union contracts and my contract. We are continue to fund the primary operator position in case we do have somebody who applies for the job, or we do fill it with our secondary operator. Well, if that doesn't get used, the money just goes back into our reserve account. Expenses. I think the slide you have up here, I brought the electric back up.
Okay.
So it's actually 5,000 that I put the 5,000 back into electricity and gas, just because of the increase to that we expect from electricity. Originally, I cut it down. We haven't been running our larger well as much. People are actually conserving water. We've been pretty aggressive on leak detection, and we've actually found and repaired some pretty significant leaks. So it's brought our pumping numbers down, which means that we don't have to run the larger well, which costs us more to run. So, but we're gonna keep that up at $40,000, and with the anticipation of the increases. Cable and telephone went down. That was due to the fact that our new SCADA system that we put in a couple years ago for our communications is all radio now. So we were paying about $400 a month for telephone line leases. So that money has gone away. So we're able to drop that down. We did increase office supplies a little bit. Employee benefits, we dropped that down. Our secondary operator gets his benefits from his wife, so we didn't have to carry that amount for this year. Backflow testing went up, slight increase, it's contracted out. Software, utility support, that's our billing software, so that went up a little bit. Water testing, increase. I just got another notification that one of our testing labs is gonna be giving us a 7% increase, so I might have to adjust that a little bit. But I just got that notification yesterday. Water bills, price of stamps went up, so that had to go up. And indirect costs, we're carrying the 100,000 we've been carrying, and that indirect cost is what we pay to town hall for a percentage of the finance department's time town administrator's time, for what they do to help the water department, part of legal. There's a formula that gets used for that. And the $20,000 I took from employee benefits, I'm actually starting a new line item this year, which is gonna be $20,000 for emergency repairs. Last couple of years, we've been down employees on the DPW side and on our side. So I've had to contract out for water main repairs, hydrant repair, and every time someone comes in, it's a $5,000 bill. So I want to keep that money separate, just in case of an emergency repair. So overall, the overall increase with the $5,000 added back in is $3,650 to my whole budget. And then we have the capital reserve account, which is just $35,000 that we put in from our operating costs into a reserve account for future down the road if we have to start looking at water main replacement or any other major work that needs to be done in town.
Eric, could you discuss on the receipts and revenue side, let's see, the reduction of 98,000 in charges for services?
The what?
Am I reading that correctly?
I'm not.
Went from it went from 660 to 562-ish.
Oh, the year before, we had budgeted for the generator repair, and then we paid for that out of ARPA.
That
I'm
was
not
voted
following.
for 23. Remember, we had $100,000, and it was for, or 150 or something, for the water repair, and then at the end, we decided to not to fund it from ARPA. That was like the first ARPA purchase that we did.
Yeah,
Well, no, I'm reading this as charges for services. Does that include that?
Yeah, that's what it's included, and that wasn't taken off from this voted section. Do you know what I mean? There was money in there that we voted at the end of at the
22.
beginning of at the end of 22 for 23, and that's inclusive of, I think it's like 100 or 150,000 for water replacement, and it's included in that number, and it shouldn't be.
I see.
yeah, we
Okay.
were gonna transfer 100,000 from our water reserves to pay for the generator, and then it was
Did it from
decided to
ARPA.
use it from ARPA, so.
Because the water rates have improved or gone up.
The water rates have gone up,
Yeah.
to cover the indirect costs that we started paying for, 2
Right.
years, this will be our third year this time, so. And the water rates we have right now are sufficient to cover what we have budgeted. Not
Thank you.
looking at any increases.
Yeah, how do you determine the water rates? Is it just to cover whatever's budgeted, basically? You adjust them up or down?
Yeah, so when we look at our operating costs, we're not in the business to make money. We're a service provided for the town, so we want to be able to cover what our operating costs are. Plus, generally, we like to have $20,000 to $30,000 that goes into our water reserves for major purchases, or any emergencies we might have. So it's a minimal amount that we go to reserves every year. I think
And that
would-
is set, the water commissioners actually set the rates.
Okay.
So if the benefits costs are consolidated, why are they listed in this department separately?
They're not listed in that department separately. We charge them back at the end of the year, indirect costs, and that's inclusive of it. So we budget for it in its entirety, but then I go back in and then it's like a formula that I use to take out those costs, like the benefits, and obviously time spent between the departments to charge back to them.
It's an expense and a
because-
revenue
yeah.
source.
Yeah.
So this is a self-supporting department because
Okay,
the budget
that's
is funded
right.
through the ratepayers, the water users. So this is essentially, they budget for their benefits separately because it's fully self-supported. So it shows up as a revenue source on our budget, on the general fund budget, and
But
it's
also an
part of
expense.
the whole benefit line item.
Okay,
That would be the total participants in the
okay,
plan.
that's what I was
Because
trying
we
to
don't
get
use
at.
any general fund money.
Okay. And is that the same for indirect costs? That's why those are here?
Yeah,
Yeah, indirect cost is slightly different, but yeah, it's town hall and
We charge
our
back.
portion of,
Right, so like the town hall does the billing, the accounts payable, things like
Receivables.
that. So like we're kind of like their operations center. So it's a fee it's pretty typical on, this isn't an enterprise fund, but
No, but yeah.
similarly structured enterprise funds that pay, you're essentially paying for the time that is going to service a fully self-supported division of the town out of taxpayer dollars, right? Because the taxpayers are paying the rate and they're paying their taxes. So it's a way to kind of segregate those funds.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Just curious, so how much money is actually in the capital reserve account?
I don't have the exact number. We've been putting the 35,000 in there for 5 years now, I believe.
So,
Couple hundred, call it?
yeah,
Yeah, just under, I think.
Yeah. And that's completely separate from our water reserve, which probably has a decent amount of money in it right now.
You're looking at me like I know the number from the top of
No,
my
I know
head.
you don't know
but
exactly, yeah.
I can look it up and
Yeah,
send that.
Yeah, there's a good amount of money there too also, and that's, like a few years from now, we're gonna be looking at painting one of the tanks, and that's probably a $250,000 cost, but we'll have that money, we have that money set aside to be able to pay for that without having to take a ban and, pay interest on it, so.
Do we have those reports on, like, account balances, running account balances that's in ARPA or in the water fund or in whatever, somewhere?
Yes.
Can we, do we have those in these?
No, but I can send those.
I mean,
Yep.
be interesting to see.
Yep.
Yeah. Just a random thought on fees, but I mean, if we're trying to drive behavior and we always have conservation signs up, I hate to even mention it because I don't like paying more on my water fees, but if you want to drive conservation, increasing fees is going to do that and it brings money to the town.
Well, Eric
do
can
that
probably
now.
speak to it, but we have a very progressive,
No, I'm aware.
yeah.
I don't like it, but it drives my behavior. So I mean, do it even more, maybe. I mean, instead of raising property taxes, raise water because that'll.
Yeah, so, I mean, we are very aggressive, especially compared to other cities and towns. That last rate that we added in 18, we call it a conservation rate, because anybody who uses over 75,000 gallons is basically getting really penalized by a high rate. And honestly, it's probably 30 residents in town that go over that 75,000. But the other side of that is we're able to keep our low rates low for the elderly, people on fixed incomes. So if they're paying a minimum, if they're paying the minimum, they're only paying $55 a quarter. So the people who are actually hitting that conservation rate are actually offsetting the low rate. But we try to keep it fair, but we are aggressive on our rate.
How would you characterize the general health or condition of the system?
Very good. We just did a main extension down on Topsfield Road where when they cut into the main, they take a piece of the main out and we can inspect it at that time, and everything looks really good. It's clean. Pipe is in good condition. I would estimate probably looking at, in 25 years, we need to start really looking at starting the process of looking at the replacement of the water main in the system and upgrading it. But that was one of my requests on the ARPA also, is a system study. So that will basically, the engineers will come in, they'll assess everything and give us a timeline on, what we're looking at.
And what about the tanks? There are 2 in town?
Yeah, there's 2, a steel tank up on Lord's Hill, and that was epoxied back in 2008. So that was when I first came here. That was just redone. The other one was built in 2005, a concrete tank, but that one is used only for fire flows on over by Grapevine Road, where we have low flows because of the size of the water main that comes from Main Street over to Grapevine. It was always a problem in the past. That's why they built the pump storage area over at the Iron Rail property.
So no significant spending in the foreseeable future related to
No, painting on the Iron Rail.
other than the painting?
Yeah, the painting on the Iron Rail will be in the next few years. It's in my longer-term capital. And like I said, we have the money in reserves to be able to pay for that ourselves, so without taking any loans on that.
Everyone
Yeah.
good?
Sounds good.
Thanks, Eric.
Thank you, Eric.
You guys.
You wanna do Board of Health?
Council on Aging.
Me?
Yeah.
Oh,
Sure.
do we want to skip Board of Health and go right to Council on Aging, just so our guest speakers don't sit for a
Yeah,
long
sure.
time?
You want me to skip it?
Not, just temporarily. Jim's been waiting here, so why don't we get them in?
Actually,
Because
let's
we're
let
here
him
to the
sit
end
here
anyhow,
till
right?
we're all done, and then we can go. Just kidding. Just kidding, Jim. Your stuff is here, and then you just click this to move to the next one. Are you good? Usual. I'm right here if you need me. Okay.
Will you hold my hand?
Yes, I will.
Hi, everyone. How are you? I'm Jim Reynolds, the Director of the Council on Aging. And so looking at the organizational chart, there's, I've got the board sits on top of me, and I've got an outreach coordinator who's currently working 12 hours a week, an administrator that works 19, and 3 van drivers that split 7 hours in different ways. I've got one, 2 for 2 days and 1 for 1 day. So as far as changes go, well, let's just go through the, our expenses. Basically, on level funding, aside from level funding, I'm moving some of the monies that I had for dues and subscriptions, meals, conferences, and continuing ed and office supplies from those into contract services, because I found much of what I'm spending out of contract services, like all my instructors, and it gives me a little bit of flexibility in terms of the money that is required to run programs and events and so forth. And my major subscription is my software that tracks all my activities and so forth. It's called My Senior Center, which is kind of the hub and provides all the information relating to, giving us the ability to look at, how we're doing year in, year out. But aside from that, we've got just a few others. So that's pretty much that. We're level funding, so assume any questions about that?
You might want to explain quick how the offset works for the formula grant.
Oh, yeah, so every year we receive, I think it's $12 per resident over the age of 60 through a federal, it's the Older Americans Act. And so every city and town in the Commonwealth receives that based on the number of residents over the age of 60. So that comes back to us through the federal government, and we generally receive it just before June 30. But it helps offset some of our expenses. So I think I have 3 capital expenses. I'm not here, the basement. Because well, I'm not sure where the expense for the stairs on this side of the building are.
No, I think that was under facilities. These are specific to your.
Oh, okay. All right.
And those we
Yes.
talked about already.
So anyways, the carpeting in the one main room of the senior center is 15 years old. It's held up really well, but it's starting to de-thread. And we've gotten a quote of $67.13 to replace that. And then the basement, I think previously mentioned, is a tile floor. We do a tremendous amount of, with durable medical equipment out of that floor for one. But also, if we recap that, or recap that floor, I think it would give us the ability to have space available for treadmill or different types of exercise equipment. The only thing is would not be ADA compliant. There's a stairway downstairs, so I don't know how that will affect the ability to run any programming down there. I'm just not sure.
You're good.
I don't know.
That's it.
Is that it?
Yeah.
Okay. So what I seem to be missing is the payroll part of it, where was that in there?
Oh, right there.
Just-
It's just overall, so you just want to highlight on the increase. Ooh.
Okay. Yeah, so this increase in salaries, which is the only area that I have increases, is for 6 hours for my outreach coordinator. She's currently works 12 hours. She's a resident of Hamilton. We're in the process of doing a lot of collaborating with Hamilton. I don't know if you've noticed, but we have a two-town newsletter at this point, which is intended to offer more things for people, given we're two forces there. And Jeannie, who is my outreach coordinator, also works and does her tax work-off program in Hamilton, and is a great liaison with their director, which hopefully will help, to continue to we'll see benefits of cross-migration there between the two towns. It's going to take a while. There's walls to break down a little bit in terms of Hamilton residents feeling comfortable walking into the Wenham Council on Aging and vice versa. But hopefully we'll see that change, because I'm a big advocate of that. And so in the case of increasing those hours, it's just purely to help with that collaboration. So.
Jim, could you go back to go back to the capital? I'm just trying to reconcile with one of the slides you had up there.
Yep.
So that's the carpet.
Replacement.
Is the
That's the
carpet
carpet in the
replacement
mix.
not on the?
Yeah, well, some of them, it looks like it got messed up, and I made notes to go back and reconcile. Some of them are just showing up in the COA, and that should be showing up in the COA facilities, and vice versa.
Okay, so it's not, the total isn't included in our.
What Jim is showing should show up in the COA facilities, but it's not in some cases. So I'm just saying that I made a note to go through.
Oh, okay.
That was the way that I set up the database. I think I coded them wrong.
Included in the
The
total,
pivot
that's all.
table.
Yep.
Mhm.
So we have a sense of what that,
Yeah, they're
That
legitimate
total
requests.
number.
They just have to be moved categories.
okay, thank you.
We also have a pretty healthy gift fund from the van. Yeah. I think it's over.
And the van is partially grant-funded? Is that-
Yes, yeah, we purchased that through for Mass DOT. So I think we set aside about 12,000 and got, whatever, a $54,000 vehicle, which I'm encouraging Hamilton to do the same, but I'm not so sure they're interested in having their own transportation service at this time.
Any questions?
Any questions?
Yeah, given the increased collaboration between the councils on aging between the two towns, has there been consideration given to just merging them into a single council on aging that services both towns.
A tough issue.
I'm sorry?
A tough issue.
I'm sorry.
A very
Oh, a
tough
tough issue, yeah.
A tough issue.
Okay, so it's,
Yeah,
I guess it's been given
'cause-
consideration, but it's
Yeah,
a
there's-
tough one.
If there was a space that was available, or we could, that's really what would
Sensitive
be
issue.
required. What? Excuse me?
I'd say it's a sensitive issue.
Yeah,
It's not sensitive to me, but,
It's just, yeah, it's,
yeah. It's,
facility size and 2 towns.
Yeah.
yeah. And I think, for whatever it's worth, currently, I think we're right-sized. But if we had a bigger facility, it's kind of, if you build it, they will come type thing. We could certainly improve the number of programs we offer and the variety that's available. Luckily, we have a public library that's well-used, and that helps give people an alternative place to go as well, so.
It would just be great, again, to see some of the, like, utilization, or I don't know how many elderly people we have in our town, or how many utilize the COA. It was great to hear from the library that there are 57,000 something visits, I think was the number she said, but it'd be neat to hear that about the Council on Aging, so we can understand better just the impact it's having. That was one question for future, maybe.
Well, if you, that data's available. I didn't pull on that, but we have about 1,000 people who are 16 over. The use of Council on Aging typically, appeals to a much smaller portion of that 1,000, maybe 400 or 500. If any given day of the week during the summer, we have 24 people playing bocce, and we do a lot as far as. But I would have to go back and pull those numbers, but I'm happy to share that with you.
That's great to hear. The other one is just, is there a mechanism to do some kind of property tax abatement or management for elderly people if we wanted to, since we care about the elderly in our town?
We do have a tax work-off program.
Okay,
which
my
sets
mistake.
aside 15.
I can learn about that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
it
there's
sets
two things currently in the statute that we're allowed to do is, we have what's called a senior work-off program. So the folks can work for minimum wage up to a certain threshold. I believe Wenham, is it 1,500?
Yes.
Is
1,500,
adopted
yeah.
locally. And then the other one is just a straight exemption, which the state reimburses us for up to the minimum statutorily required benefit amount, which I think is $500. And I don't know, what's Wenham? Maybe, Terry, do you know what's Wenham's? So Wenham's at 1,000, so we get matched about 50% of that. So those two things is $2,500, up to $2,500 if they meet the certain income requirements to take advantage of both programs.
Any other questions?
Thanks,
Thank
Jim.
Thank you, Jim.
Thank you, Jim.
Team assessing, you're up next. No, you can come up.
The assessors.
You just wanna.
Okay.
That's pretty close, actually.
Yeah, I think that's it. Oh, no.
Just wanna use this.
Arrow through.
Click over, yeah, I left this like that.
Yeah, okay.
Last year. Yeah.
Just so you highlight.
Yeah, that's
Do your
fine.
thing.
I will.
Okay, I'm right here.
Emptied the cup.
Gary, we all set to roll here?
All set.
I should just introduce
Yes.
Todd Laramie. He's the joint Hamilton Wenham Chief Assessor. And this is Terry Fontaine. She works, as part of our agreement, we have one person in Hamilton full-time and one person in Wenham full-time, and then we share him. So this is the assessing team that I love so very much.
Thank you, Jamie. Good afternoon. As Jamie said, Todd Laramie. I come here from, I was previously the assessor up in Amesbury, and Terry was the assistant assessor, I think? Deputy assessor over in Middleton. Great hire, by the way. So as Jamie said, I float between the two communities. Terry's full-time in the Wenham office, super knowledgeable, great hire, qualifications to be a head assessor anywhere. So we basically have, two assessing minds going in town here. So looks like executive secretary to the Board of Assessors is her title, but totally doesn't do her justice. So I guess I'll just roll through each line item here and speak to it. So as you folks know, there's been a total restructuring of the office. We're going from a part-time assessor and I guess a part-time clerk to a full-time assessor and then myself involved. So salaries are speaking just to Terry's salary. And then what we've done is the contract services. I think technically I'm a contracted employee, so my portion of the salary is inside of that $72,800. I guess that $50,000 right there is probably speaking to that. Also within that contract services, we're in a reval year this year. State requires every 5 years, each community kind of gets a deep dive into their database. So we're up this year as well as Hamilton. Our CAMA system, our computer data system is Patriot Properties, and they have been contracted out by us to help us basically adjust our tables, kind of get up to speed on our market values. Terry and I, more Terry, just worked her butt off this past year to get some of our assessments up closer to where market values are. Land values, land curves, we just changed that. I'm going to be honest, we're not qualified at the moment to be doing that ourselves. I guess we are because we did it, but for this reval year, it's better for us to go out to Patriot and have them professionally do it. Our cost tables, our land tables, everything, construction tables, to try to get our assessments even closer to where they should be. Initially, they had contracted or sent us a quote of like $30,000. I renegotiated with them. Terry and I can cover a lot of that stuff. We banged off, I think, $10,000 off of that quote, and it's going to be more around $20,900 from Patriot. We've got 2 utilities in town here, which the state requires an appraisal done for each one at the cost of $2,000 from Patriot, so there's another $4,000. So that's kind of where that contract services number is coming from. We've also got, it's mandatory by the state for us to provide townspeople maps for them to come into the office and take a look at. So one of our other vendors, CAI, they do our GIS mapping as well as our print mapping. That's also involved in that contract services. The training and education line, both Terry and I are accredited with the Mass Association of Assessors. We need to keep that accreditation through classwork, so that's what that number's speaking to. Normally, what do we take, a few classes a week, and I'm still trying to figure out how I'm bouncing between the two, so I think that's going to speak more to Terry. I think I can probably get a lot of my classwork done through the Hamilton budget, and that's what I've planned on. Advertising has gone away. I guess there was 150 last year. That's more for the for any of the meetings that we're holding that need to be posted. So everything's electronic now, and we're able to nix that off the budget. Postage went up. As I said, we're in a reval year. Terry and I plan on getting out in the field quite a bit. It's mandatory that we look at a certain amount of properties. That's what the DLS is going to look at, how many visits we have, how many houses we're getting in, how well we're doing our job. So our plan is to, as we kind of go through this throughout the course of this upcoming year, probably send letters out to different neighborhoods to inform them that we're going to be out. We don't have marked cars. We don't have marked, I mean, we've got name badges. Actually, we don't even have those yet. I've got one in Hamilton. We're working on that just so people know who we are, and we're not just prowling around looking in windows and walking around people's yards. Dues, fees, subscriptions, that is for some of the affiliations that we have, Essex County Board of Assessors, that we need to keep current with, along with the Mass Association of Assessors. So that's basic standard stuff. Office supplies speaks to itself. We did bump it up considerably. Terry's very organized. She's looking to get the office where she feels most comfortable to do her job efficiently. And one of the items we have under that line also, we're trying to get maybe a couple computer monitors for us. We have one. If we can get maybe one each, an additional one each, or at least one for her, it's so much easier to be able to, with the stuff that we look at, to be able to click back and forth on each monitor and look at different things. And then last, travel expenses, that's just for us. It's, to be honest, a little low. That's fine. It's just wear and tear in our vehicles. A lot of communities offer vehicles to go out and do these inspections. She and I plan on being out quite a bit between sales inspections, building permit work, and then just cyclical inspections, because we're in this reval year that we need to get our visits up that the DLS is going to be looking at. So the travel expense is going to speak just to a car stipend, basically. I guess I can probably take questions, because that's all we're really looking at is just, kind of the budget items here, or the line items. So any questions, I'll take them.
Todd, I might have missed this or misunderstood it.
Yep.
I thought I heard you say that the 30,000 under contract services was incorporated into the 72,800. Did I understand that correctly or misunderstood it?
The 72,800 speaks to salaries, which would be Terry. And then my portion of the salary is under the
30,000?
contract services.
Right. I'll just go through the salaries real quick. So
Yeah.
the salaries, what was voted on last year in the anticipation of this collaborative agreement between Hamilton and Wenham was $65,000. We went out into the market and tried to, hire a qualified candidate, and 65 was just not going to do it. So in order to be competitive, that's really the increase you're seeing going to the 72 to reflect Terry's salary to get someone with that type of experience.
So we have the 72, we have the 50, which is the Hamilton
Yeah,
assessment.
that's estimated at this point. We're still working with Hamilton to finalize. And then the contract services are for the reval. That will be likely a bump every 5 years, and then you'll see it probably fall down maybe 15 grand next year. So really what this has done, the assessors department in particular has been, has lacked the attention that it's needed probably for the better part of a decade. So now that we have it staffed and folks in there that are really looking at the sales and doing market adjustments, like just to give you, an example of that is, we were up against the $20 per 1,000 tax rate. And now with them going out and really doing the data, adjusting the land curves and bringing things a little bit closer to market value, you're looking at like a $17 tax rate this year. So, it's bringing the tax rate back down into the stratosphere. Again, ultimately the tax bills are a function of spending, so, law of averages on that. But, it's a department that really needs this love, and to bring it into line with, A, compliance with the Department of Revenue, and B, just to have a professional office that functions and is a resource to the community.
And that 50,000 is shown in revenue captured back that we get from Hamilton.
Yeah, well, and that's the other, 50,000 is roughly what we're gonna pay Hamilton, because Hamilton's the lead on that.
So that's expenses to Wenham, 50,000.
Expenses to Hamilton, yeah,
Yeah.
roughly.
It might be lower, it might be higher. It's the same thing as, what's another shared? Well, like
Library, the other way.
Permitting?
Yeah, like the library, but the other way around.
It's
Like
the other
they-
way around. So
They're
we
in
owe
their
you- we owe
budget cycle
Hamilton the
too,
50.
so we're
But-
waiting for concrete
Yeah,
numbers.
and to your point about making the money back, I mean, just Terry and Todd have only been here for 3 months?
Yeah.
Three months,
Okay.
and the growth that they were able to capture on top of doing all this analysis and inspections, I think it's the highest we've had in the last 5-10 years anyways, just with, going out and seeing permits that, should have been captured years ago and, were never captured. So it's paying for itself.
I was going to ask that. We have some numbers that reflect that, I'm sure, someplace.
Yep.
The improved revenue as opposed to the expenses. As long as break even, that's great.
Yeah. Yeah,
So
that's half the
sorry,
battle.
so is Todd's cost in the 50,000 to Hamilton then?
Yeah, so, this is the first year. It's a placeholder, but basically, yes, Todd's cost is, we actually make out pretty good on the deal. Todd's cost is, we get 50% of his time for 1/3 of his cost. So it was a shared position that we created, and Hamilton was willing to do it on a split based on population. So that essentially translates into a 2/3, 1/3 split.
And then last thing, you said the math, it's going from $20 to closer to $17, which is a 15%-ish
Yeah.
decrease. So is that safe to assume residents are going to see a 15%
No.
increase in their value?
No. So, well, that's what I was saying. The tax bill is, so there's two things going on. One, there's been talk about Proposition 2.5 limits your property tax rate to $25 per thousand. So that's essentially 2.5% of the town's total valuation is the highest you can tax under any circumstance. So you cannot no longer realize any growth. You can't do overrides. You can't do debt exclusions. You're done. You're fixed at that. So, the fear has always been that once you get up over $20, people are like, well, is next stop 25 and we're going to be in a real situation like Springfield is. So they're showing that, I think we're behind the times in market valuations. We weren't as aggressive, basically way underassessed.
That's what I was getting at. So
Yeah.
to offset that decrease, that means market values are probably going to be going up by around 15% to match
Yeah, so
that
market
decrease.
values go up. Yeah, it's just simple. So spending, it's all a function of spending. And then the distribution of that burden is based on the assessment. So if everybody goes up at 15%, the tax rate and the spending goes up 5%, the tax rate goes down 10%, and everybody's bill is still going up to 5%, but it's just based on a lower tax rate based on a higher value, is how it ends up working out.
Got it, yeah. I'm just thinking about the social capital impact on the residents and how they're going to feel about their valuations going up.
Yeah, I mean, I don't envy their position.
Yeah.
You mentioned needing to have a certain number of site visits.
Right.
I was just curious how that process worked. Do you need to be invited in? I mean, are you going to be not invited in to people that may have done projects off the
right.
books?
Right.
What's the dynamic there?
Every sale, a lot of the sales are posted on MLS, multiple listing service. We can see what the interior looks like, but requirement and personally, I like to go out and get my eyes on it myself. We knock on the door. We just sort of cold call, knock on the door. Times being what they are right now, a lot of people are home, and I just explain who I am, why I'm there, whether it's a sale or whether it's because they pulled a permit to redo the basement, redo a bathroom, kitchen, whatever. Ask them if I can come in. If not, it's all right. And I explain to them I'm going to have to make assumptions on the work that's done. Normally everyone I try to dress appropriately and look professional, and they're pretty good about letting me in. and I just do a quick walkthrough, non-intrusive. I just want to see the work done, even if it's there just for a sale. I don't need to be getting busy in all the, you know, in everyone's bedrooms and everything else. I just want to see, you know, whether the basement's finished, what the kitchen and bathrooms look like, kind of the condition of the home. And then I just ask if I can walk around outside, update the photos, measure the house a little bit, make sure we have accurate information. I explain to them that the more accurate information we have, just helps the whole community as a whole. And normally people are pretty responsive and receptive, so it's not too big of a deal. If they don't want me in, that's fine too. I don't take it personally. I just let them know that, you know, I'm going to have to make assumptions, and if you don't like it and if it's off, then when your bill comes out in January, you can file for an abatement and we can discuss it then.
And, you know, and just so folks are aware that this isn't Wenham specific, this is Mass General Law, Chapter 59, guides everything they do on a daily basis, inspections, market valuation, and you can only make the appearance of market valuation compliance for so long before you have to make adjustments like 15%. In a perfect world, you're making 3 or 4% up or down adjustments on a year by year, so you don't see these years that come, you know, where it's been kind of ignored for so long, and now you got to go up 15 or 20% because the state's coming in next year, and they're gonna find it.
Right. They'll require us to run reports. So what we do on every property record card has a visit history. So anytime somebody goes out there for whatever reason, even if it's just to see if they blew some insulation in or whatever, we'll put that visit history on there, date it, and the reason for our visit. They'll ask us to run reports. They require that each property in every town in the state gets attempted to be at least looked at or gone inside once every 9 or 10 years. So they'll make us run reports to see where we are with that visit history. Other communities have what they call data collectors in their office, where that's all they do is go out and look at these things. We don't have the structure or the monetary ability for that, so that's Terry and I's job. I like going out in the field, so does she. It's part of the business, and we're hoping to, you know, I don't even know where we're at with our visit histories and, you know, where we are. We're going to find out soon enough, and hopefully we're going to be hustling to get our numbers where they need to be prior to the second half of next year. Any other questions? That's good. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, I think it's, you know, there's kind of a common misunderstanding that assessor just goes, you're about that, whereas it is very mathematical and state legal procedure process.
It's got to be constant for every single building.
Yeah, statewide.
It saves on our abatements.
Yes. So a little past history too, so, you know, until we made this reorganizational change, we had just 2 part-timers in Wenham doing the whole job. Shirley, that did all the abatement and so forth paperwork, and Steve, who was only, I believe, 19 hours a month, 19 hours a week, trying to keep up with, you know, these last 2 or 3 years of, you know, rapid price changes and so forth. But I think this is going to really shift our tax rate numbers, so that doesn't help the overall bill, but will actually help all our 2.5% cap concerns.
Absolutely. It sounds like, too, it should bring equity.
Yes, yeah.
You know, across the town where, you know.
And there is, you know, inside town hall,
that's
too.
one of the biggest things.
Have
It's
lagged
equity.
in some homes and been under.
And of course, we do have inside town hall the process, so building permits get shifted over to assessors to say, oh yeah, this building over
See
here has
that,
got a
yeah,
new
of course.
bathroom and stuff, so we're trying to get that done.
Yeah, you're leaving new dollars on the table by ignoring the building permits, right? Because somebody puts an addition on their house, if you don't go out and see it, you know, that could be an extra 10 grand annually with 2.5% compounded that is just left on the table. So that's what, when we talk about new growth. All right, so this is the final section. We're a little bit behind schedule, so I appreciate everybody. I think a little aggressive in my scheduling, but, so this last piece here is, it's really the operational, compliance, legal, finance, benefits, things like that. So depending on who you ask, probably the boring part of local government. So first we'll start off with benefits. I know there's been some questions around that. So if you just want to follow along with me, if you go to page 7 of your Town of Wenham FY24 overview, it's the first section in the binder. It's at the budget overview.
What was that reference again?
Page 7 on the Town of Wenham FY24 overview.
It's the first thing in your.
Very first
book.
thing.
This thing?
Yep,
Yes,
page 7
page
of
seven.
that.
Page 7. Doesn't start with that.
You go to page 7, it says employee benefits.
Yeah, so it's,
I'm looking at the
7 of
wrong
8.
thing.
I got 7 of 8. I don't have the moderator, I got her here.
No, we're not.
Doesn't match that. That's
Yeah, we're not.
No,
we're-
He's the turn, he's gonna.
Oh, okay, all right. Just gotta know which page the
All right.
weatherman's.
Yeah, so those are departmental budgets. These are the benefits. This is the benefits section that we'll go over, just to cover any questions on that. I know Deirdre had some inquiries. So the first one, retirement, that's our pension assessment we're part of the Essex County Retirement Association. So they handle all the retiring benefits for municipal workers that work for communities that are located within Essex County. What this is it's an assessment for all future liabilities of all pensions due. Like basically folks who work and are due a pension, even though you're not paying the pension, they're creating a liability because legally you're required to fund it. If the organization no longer, right, it's kind of like Social Security, it's a revolving door policy, but now then the legislature got involved and said, all right, well, if Wenham ceases to exist tomorrow, you have all these employees that have been working for you for 10 years, 15 years, that are, 35, 40 years old, 45 years old, that you're not paying anything for, but you legally owe them, 15 years worth of the pension when they get to the retirement age. So that creates what's called a pension liability. So it's the future cost that's associated with that. So you take the net present value of what you're going to owe them in the future, and that gives you a liability that you have to fund. So every year, this legislature requires us to pay this off. This is every community in Massachusetts to be fully funded, so to fund all future liabilities. And by 2039, I believe Essex Retirement has set their funding schedule to 2035. So every year, the assessment, it's essentially our payment plan. The assessment comes out and we pay that into a trust fund that exists to offset that liability. In every 3 years, actuarial assumptions, they'll have an actuarial study, can't say that word this morning, that will essentially look at life expectancy tables, the amount of people you got working for your community, assumed rate of returns depending on what the stock market's doing, and changes in any of those assumptions is going to change the amount you're going to pay if you either got to extend or reduce your payment horizon, or if you're going to stay at 2035 and you increase your assumed rate of return, your payments will go down. If you decrease, which has been the trend lately, your assumed rate of return, your payments are going to go up. Life expectancies go up generally, so payments tend to go up every time they recalculate life expectancies for this area of the country. So anyways, that's what that is. So then in theory, in 2035, with our assumed later return and no changes in life expectancies and no changing in staffing, that should be able to fund itself through the rate of return in this fund. But, I mean, that, you know how that goes, so. Okay, then, so that's what that is. That's a fixed cost. We have no control over that. So 10.4%, it's a pretty big dollar amount. Group insurance, this is where we pull our health insurance from. Maya, who is our provider, who essentially kind of opens up the pool of participants to level out our exposure to spikes and valleys in our premiums due to, you know, participants' usage of the plans. So the more people, I guess the theory is the more people you got in there, the more evenly distributed health insurance benefits will be used in any given year. They are telling us to assume 10% this year. They always assume the worst. We don't think it's going to stay at 10%, but they have warned us that it's likely going to be a few percent higher than it has been in the past, particularly with coming out of the pandemic and elective surgeries in particular that were delayed for a couple of years. Folks are now, you know, getting them done, like the knees, the hips, you know, some big dollar stuff that it was pushed off, and now, you know, now people are really trying to get in and get that done. FICA and Medicare, we're looking probably a 4% on that. General insurance, they're telling us to assume about 5%, 5 to 7%. So, you know, we're hoping that they come in closer to the 5 because that's what we're running with our assumption. And then the third, well, no, 1, 2, 3, 4. So the fifth, the 990, it says interfund transfers out OPEB. You see that? So what that is that is the same thing as the retirement benefits, but for other post-employment benefits. So it's like health care and things like that. So right now we pay as you go, revolving door. So the people working are funding the retiree cost. Well, the town, I shouldn't say the people working, but the taxpayers are funding pay as you go, the retirees. But the people who are working are creating the liability because when they retire, you're going to be owed 50% of, you know, I don't even know I haven't even looked at what our retiree health care benefit is, but say 50% of Medicare Part A or Part B and any of the supplemental things. So that's when you have folks working, they're creating a future liability that needs to be addressed. So that's what OPEB is. And our financial policies state that we put in $10,000 more than we did the last year. So I don't know what we started at, but we did 80 last year, so we'll do 90 this year. Now that is very much a token contribution. The overall costs on the OPEB liabilities are just staggering dollar amounts. So, but the creditors do want to see some sort of token contribution to show that you're at least acknowledging and contributing to that liability. We think that once the legislature, you know, once we're paid off 2035, 2039, whatever communities have figured out on the retirement for the pension, they're gonna then latch on to the OPEB, and OPEB will be a similarly structured assessment as to the pension. So, you know, whatever you do now, time value of money is only gonna, you know, benefit you in the future. And that is our benefits section. So if you have any questions on that, before we jump into the departmental.
Just what is the package for healthcare benefits in general? Is it, you know, fully covered? Does employee pay a portion? And maybe I could look that up on the town website.
No,
or somewhere.
Jamie, I don't want to misspeak. I think it's
75, 25.
Yeah, 75, yeah, that's what I thought.
Say it
The
again.
town pays 75, we pay 25.
Okay.
75, 25 split.
And that's really that's our whole benefit package is the
Question,
health insurance.
the salary reserve fund and utility reserve funds, why are they showing proposed but nothing in voted?
Well, so that's what I mentioned in the beginning of the morning, that those are essentially fund earmarking of funds that we anticipate will be needed to settle the collective bargaining agreements, and will trickle down into the departmental budgets once we know what's gonna happen.
Okay, got
So, and then the utility reserve, the logic behind that is that if we go ahead and increase everybody's utility line by 60%, the likelihood that you'll get it back, so to speak, is, low. So you kind of get lost. It's $1,200 here, $1,400 here, $1,000 here, so it adds up to real money. But then when you go into future budget cycles, if you don't take that 1,000 back right away, it kind of gets lost in the shuffle. So the theory on this is that if you do get in a situation where you spend your utility line item, that you can access the utility reserve, but you got to spend everything you got in your budget first. And then as the supply chains or Ukraine or whatever's going on with our energy resources these days, whether they continue to go up or flatten out or go back down, we can adjust the energy reserve. And then if it starts to make sense where it's a clear trend that utilities are never going back to where they were, then we can start addressing it probably at the departmental level. Yep.
You said earlier that's our only benefits when we were talking about the healthcare, but the pension's also a benefit, right? What is the pension?
Yeah, so the pension is, the pension liability, right, is, it's certainly a benefit. The pension is, everybody here, I don't think we have anybody in town working for, is everybody 9+2?
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah, so there's been different iterations of the pension as, over the history of municipal workers. First, it started out that it was just a benefit you got, you didn't pay anything out of your paycheck. And it's went to 2% to 3% to 5% to 7% to 9%, and now we're at 9+2%. So everybody here puts in, that's out of your gross pay, so it doesn't come out of any avenue. So if you make $10 an hour, 9%, so you get 90 cents on that goes into your pension, and then anything you make over $32,000 is additional 2%. So, you're at probably an average of like 10.5–11% gross pay comes out of your paycheck right off the top, and it goes into the revolving door. So, right, so we're paying pensions, we're paying into the Essex County retirement system while they're paying money out to the current retirees.
So it comes out of your pay, though? It's not in addition to your pay?
No, yeah, actuarially, everybody here is fully self-supporting themselves over the anticipated lifetime of a payment schedule, so meaning, a 35-year career, where you get in a situation of if Wenham disappeared off the map tomorrow, but they were still legally obligated to pay for, me working here for 15 years, when I turned 65 in 25 years, then, that liability wouldn't be able to be funded through the revolving door.
No, I understand
Yeah.
that. Yeah, I was more just looking at the pay package for an
Yeah.
employee. If they get $150,000 base salary, that's their pay package. 11% comes out of that.
Yep.
It's not on top of that.
That's correct.
And then they pay 75/25
Yep.
in the healthcare. So I got it. Thank you.
So this is a true pension as opposed to private sector that has 401k?
Yeah, it's a defined benefit plan, so it is.
It's an annuity that pays
Yeah,
based on...
so it is, it's an annuity. So, say you got, I don't even know what the tables are, they keep changing it. Like right now, their full retirement age, I think, is 68, but I'll use myself as an example. My full retirement age, because of when I started, is 65. So if I have 30 years service at 65 years old, I can retire with a maximum of 80% of my pay for the rest of my life. That's with, I don't include any survivor benefits. So then you start, you're working it down. If I want my wife to continue to receive a check, you might have to take, I think if you get full survivor benefits, so they get 50% when you die, it goes down to like 60% or something like that of your pay, somewhere around there. But anyways, and then there's a lump sum payout where you can go to like 72%, I think, and then if I was to pass, my wife would get whatever principal and interest I accrued as a lump sum. Like the difference between, like if you had $1 million in there and you drew down $500,000 and then you passed away, then, you know, my wife could get the other $500,000 because I had contributed that out of my paycheck. But they penalize you because then it screws up like the actuarial returns that they're planning on for the revolving door. So that's why you get penalized on your benefit.
So is there a punchline here, is like, what, is there a gap? Or what is the actual increase year on year?
Of just benefits?
For our
Like,
budget?
for just benefits or for overall?
No, I'm just like, so we just went through a budget. What is the year-on-year increase in total?
We still have some budgets to go through, but the grand,
$1 million bucks.
we're about about $1 million, 4.5%.
Which line are you looking at on which page?
You're going from,
Eight of eight grand total.
Page 8, grand total. Got it.
Here is, so it's 954, 955.
Yeah, about $1 million increase.
4.3% increase.
That's including school and everything?
That's the
Yeah,
school's
current
budget.
These are
assumptions. I mean,
fluid
we're moving
numbers.
capital in and out. I noticed as we've gone through it, some capital is not set up as individual appropriations in that they live in the departmental operating budget. So if you don't spend it, it's gone the following year. We may want to look at moving that into a separate capital plan, which we already do. We have a separate capital article, but moving everything into there so that if you're setting these things up for a specific purpose, the appropriations stay with the project until it's done. So you don't have to continue to reappropriate the money every year through the operating budget. Something to look at, but that could add, depending on what we do with that, that could add a little bit to the deficit.
Okay, so I'm a little slow here. This 22.9,
Mm-hmm.
does that include an assumption for the schools?
Yep.
And where was that?
That's, well, I think the easiest one to look at, if we go to, let me pull this up. Take a look at that. This is by education, 3.02%. General government,
Show you where it is.
50.73. All of that's in here, but this is like a summary.
So the 23,375
Yeah, 23,375.
incorporates the school budget and our current operational budget,
Correct.
including debt service.
Correct.
Okay.
A little bit off, but this is the
And our
one you
to-
have in your book is the most
And our
recent.
total revenue of 22.9,
Yeah.
we're a shortfall of 445.
So when we had our immense meeting with two select boards,
With the whole world, yeah?
what was Vinnie showing in terms of what he thought the increase was gonna be?
for us,
Interest? Did you say?
5.5 overall, we're 3.02, Hamilton's 6.9.
6.59
6.97 or something.
The school budget went up to 3 points.
So we're, in general, we're up 4.3 in revenue.
We're,
Right?
No, 4.3 in expense here.
We're up like 2% in
total.
revenue.
Yeah, our expenses are up 4.3.
4.3.
Okay, so, so I'm sorry. what is the net of our revenue and
Right here,
445.
this number.
this number?
Yep. So right now, we're short 445.
Okay.
From what we want to spend.
And that doesn't incorporate, and we haven't incorporated for 2 years now, I think I mentioned it the other day, any free cash. Prior to 19, 20, 21, we used free cash to offset operations. Division of Local Services and Mass Department of Revenue will say, that's a no-no. I mean, you know, if you have to do it, you have to do it. You have to, we have to have statutorily a balanced budget.
Yeah, and the other revenue source that's been relied on for at least 3 years that I could see is the overlay reserve fund has been drawn down. They have relied on about $125,000 a year injection of cash. So that we had to stop because it's just out of money. So that's not in the budget this year.
So on the operations side, we have some work to do. On the capital side, at 3.5, if I remember that number correctly, for this year, there's a lot of work to do.
Yeah, and that's right. So we're hoping ARPA will take, so, right, I think we have about a $3.5 million ask. We have probably 1.5 in ARPA.
Right.
We probably have 350 to 400,000 to spend. So you got roughly half. You probably got to cut the request in half.
Just like
Wait,
previously.
do that math again real quick. 3.5 million capital request,
Yeah.
1.5 in ARPA,
Yeah.
leaves 2 million.
But ARPA is not totally capital request.
Okay.
So usually we get everybody puts their request in, and then as boards, we sit together and then we dwindle that list down. So this is just initially what people's asks are, not necessarily, this is what we're asking, this is what we have to fund. It's more of, these are what we're asking for our operations, this is what we're asking for our capital request, and then we dwindle that down, so that the capital request, that's why we say we move it for a few years, because the ones that we won't approve this year will obviously probably be an ask for next year, unless the need changes, you know. If carpet doesn't happen for a library this year, and then next year they have something else more pressing, they may push that out to 2026 and ask for something different. So these are just initial asks.
Yeah, so, I'll ask the question that I asked, I think, the last time we had this discussion, which is, we're off by $450,000.
Yep.
Well, and that's just on the,
$22 million budget.
Right.
So that, all we have to do is sharpen our pencils and we can.
Right, and so this is, again, it's very preliminary in the way that we don't have the health insurance numbers yet for it, so that number is still high. We're still working through some of those numbers. We're still working through some of the shared services with Hamilton, so those, because they're in the beginning stages of their budget as well, well.
yeah, no,
in the
I mean, we're
budget.
pretty close, but, you know, also the reality of it is, you know,
Gary, what do you think?
you sharpen your pencils every year.
So this is like
And
a
it's
check
getting
in.
close to where you're gonna,
This is initially just
Take some
saying,
real
hey,
cuts.
boards, this is what our asks are.
Okay, got it.
And you gotta consider too that we're fairly conservative on the revenues too.
Right.
Well,
Yeah,
you know,
but
we're
the-
not, you know, we're not saying we're gonna get 10 or 20% more here, and here. We're just going, you might get another dollar.
Right.
So when the actual revenue numbers start flowing in, that kinda helps
Yeah.
on the other side.
Right.
no,
So, good stuff.
So it looks like, capital budget, this is the carpet year.
Is the carpet year?
Yeah.
And then some.
And then some.
And then
some.
and then
And
some.
well,
Thought
I
it
mean,
was the
part of
radio.
that
It
is
sounded like the
Hamilton
radio
is,
year.
Hamilton is, well, at least my knee-jerk reaction
Vehicles,
to
yeah.
how they approached the carpet situation is that they do not want to fund it. So any capital for the library, we need to get their buy-in before we move forward.
By the way, legal went up 30. Is that now a new retainer, the 90,000?
Yeah, I mean, so we can still go through these budgets. We're not
Oh,
done,
okay,
unless
I'm
you want to
sorry.
be done.
I'm sorry. I thought
We can be done.
We're trying to wrap up here.
And maybe just for my edification, so between now and, you know, certainly, obviously April, but, you know, maybe over the next month or month and a half, who is telling what departments to sharpen and to what extent? I mean, where's that 450 found?
Right.
Who has to give?
Well,
How are they encouraged?
It's the role of FinCom.
Look at a mirror.
Tell departments
Yeah.
that you get it or you don't get it.
Combination.
Yeah, so what will happen next is that you guys essentially will let me know, invite these departments to these meetings, usually April and, I jumped there, January and February, to come back, and you'll have these conversations with the department head, like, what, you know, where can you cut here, where can you cut there? And then we all get on the same page. As you can see, there's some things that we have to sharpen, like some people put in for the increase to their utilities, and we have to sharpen that up, right? So there's a lot of work to be done between FinCom, myself, and departments to try to make sure that things are.
Yeah, and so like, just so like looking forward, the budget calendar's been circulated and I can recirculate it on Monday morning. But so it has set dates that the finance committee is meeting, right? Doesn't mean you can't add to them, but there's basically every other week up until the deadline where we need the final recommendation from the FinCom. So we're hoping, you know, and these communications will start coming up now that we've finished this, is that the FinCom is now seeing the departmental requests and to come up with a schedule that you say, like, all right, on the first Wednesday of January is our first scheduled meeting, we would like the DPW to come in. Right. And you can spend, you know, the hour or two, whatever, just drilling the DPW and kind of, sharpen your pencils, so to speak, and then come up with your recommendation. So then, coming out of that meeting, you should have an intimate knowledge of the DPW department's budget. You already kind of know what their requests are, but now you know the impact the cuts will have through the discussions, and then on the final meeting, you'll have to make your final recommendation, being like, all right, you know, the increase for lumber, the increase for the, I don't know, fuel or whatever, we don't think based on the actuals, we don't think that it's warranted, and you cut that out of the budget.
Also, too, we're waiting on final school, too.
Yeah,
Because
I was
certainly
gonna say
Hamilton's facing a 6.9%.
Yeah, we're hoping.
A lot of pressure, I suspect, from Hamilton, yeah, for sure. It's over half our budget, so.
Yeah.
Process-wise, it would be helpful somewhere in the process to get it's what I asked at the school, like, what's their philosophy on budgeting? So what's our goal? Is our goal to honor the elderly? Is our goal to make sure our police officers look good at ceremonies? Is our goal to make sure we have National Tree City USA? Like, what's our big strategic goal?
Our stated goal of the budget this year was to provide level services. So to request a budget that you need, so each department manager has to, you know, in their own interpretation, what do they need to continue to provide the services that they did last year? So that's what these recommend. These are these request.
But their requests clearly include things that are above and beyond last year's services. Some of them want to improve their services beyond last year.
No, some of them did, I agree, and that's part of what will come out in the discussions in the future meetings.
When are we gonna have a final decision on ARPA projects, just so we know what will be covered there?
December 20th, the three select board members individually will have put in final rankings. Steve will consolidate those, and that should give us a list of the priorities for ARPA. And our intent is to, you know, the top go-getter obviously will go pretty immediately to expenditures. So I think after that meeting, we should have some sort of idea of how much ARPA will cover, and how much of that will be on public sector and on the private sector.
Right,
But two, you know, we need to scrub the ARPA list too, because as we've seen in the CARES Act, and Jamie will back us up, ARPA is going to have enormous paperwork requirements, even down to what? We had to send in some photos of PPE.
Photos and why we use them and
So I'm thinking, you know,
when we use them by.
Yeah.
The name of the person that wore the PPE.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
crazy.
Yeah.
Like a
They want
$12 piece.
quantity, like if it was a box, it's very.
So I'm thinking ARPA may work better funding those things that aren't complicated. So I know it's a big ticket item, but I can see the HVAC for the town hall may very well be a very complicated thing to document to the ARPA. And it might be bureaucratically a lot easier to put that in capital funding ourselves. So we'll take a look at that.
Yeah, we're gonna look at other funding sources, CPC, things like that,
Yeah.
to the extent we can get buy-in from that committee, or it is a historic building.
A lot of the town hall stuff should qualify under CPC as it's a national registered historic building.
So what we have in terms of process is we basically have January and February. We have to get this to the printer by March 5th, 6th, 7th, somewhere in that range.
I believe the first week of March.
Not to look at the budget, but we have a day that we need the final recommendation from the FinCom, because then it goes to the select board the Tuesday following that Wednesday meeting.
So we'll probably have to meet January and February every Wednesday evening.
When is the collective bargaining finished, and who leads that?
Wish we knew.
Yeah, we're in negotiations now. There's not really a finish date. It's more of a, I don't even know how to explain it. There's just not really a finish date. We're just working through those negotiations right now.
Who leads the negotiation?
I do.
With all the different entities?
Yep.
It's a rough job.
And so what's that?
That's a rough job.
So it's, right, yeah, it's hard to put an end date on it, and I can't really discuss the details that go on at the bargaining table at this point right now. But,
so with
I can say
teachers-
that we're diverging in some areas and coming together with others. So to the extent, they'll all be done, I would be surprised if they're all done. I foresee, just so you're aware, I foresee it turning into it probably will be a separate funding article on town meeting. I don't think it's gonna be wrapped up to be in the budget departments, so that when we finalize essentially the spreadsheet to go for your budget article, so it doesn't change the source of the funds as to raised by taxation, but it will change the structure of the warrant in that you'll be funding their first year of the contract separately, and then it will be a budget amendment after July 1, which really isn't unheard of. A lot of communities do it. It's just that these contracts were expired last year, and were essentially just, served up to the select board's office, already expired and not started over the summer. So it was, it's a pretty big undertaking to try to wrap up in only a few months.
And that includes the teachers?
Nope.
No.
Teachers is separate.
That's a
We're
separate
talking
thing.
only, right now, DPW has been settled. Fire, police, and library are in active negotiations.
No, I'm sorry, when is the school budget finalized?
February 10th, 11th,
Is that what it
somewhere
is?
in there. They have to get it to all of us, both communities.
And do we get another round with the school?
We have a
committee?
meeting, there's a
January.
meeting coming up next week.
No, like all board is January.
Yeah, it's
All 5
January.
boards is January.
Couple was January.
Yeah, I think
But
we're
there's a
done until
chairs
after the
meeting
holiday.
next week.
Yeah, that's the long-term budget.
The long-term budget. But the long-term budget has to incorporate where we are now, though, too, and what it looks like. And also that whole stabilization fund that they have, a pot of 1.7 that they put into the stabilization fund. It's a big number. It's a big number.
Can we,
The what? The what?
Can we adjourn? Sure.
make
You're running out of
Yeah,
gas.
make
too.
a motion.
Okay, so I move that we adjourn this meeting on December 10th at 1:13.
Second. Vote. Your vote?
Any comment?
Not, it's just
So-
just the two of us
Um,
adjourning here.
Can we just hang
Yes.
on 1 second, because you didn't sort of allow for a little wrap-up? But, so the departments we didn't get to and the pieces we didn't finish, we can call that back in our FinCom meetings? Is
Yep.
that,
Yeah, and usually that's how we do, we bring all the departments back to a FinCom meeting, because a lot of the questions you handled here, but typically we bring that in. do
right,
that.
we didn't quite finish town hall and
No, we
clerk
haven't
and
done
so
town
forth,
hall and
so.
Yeah, so we'll do
We'll
that.
come back to
at a
that
FinCom
separately.
meeting.
If you want, I mean, I'm here for you guys, so if you want to keep going, I'll go. If you want
No, I don't want to stay 4 hours. I just want to understand
Yeah, so we hit the.
when we do that.
Yeah.
I just
we'll
say it, it's up, whatever
we
you
can
guys want.
So
set up meetings.
why don't we start, actually, we're not going to meet December
Yes, it's
14th.
recorded, so,
I've canceled that meeting. Why don't we start in January, going over the town hall and those extraneous, not extraneous, but those expenses.
Okay, yep.
So we'll start there, and then at that meeting, I'd also like to hear back from you. You know what, I have a big question about the fire department, or about this piece of equipment, and we can incorporate that into our first January meeting, which I think is January
We're going
5 or 6, or something like that.
You could also collectively submit that as questions.
You could
or
submit it
a
back to me,
document
and
before then.
we could
I can
incorporate it
start
into,
an email chain
to
with
the
everyone.
agendas as we go forward.
Google Doc together?
Yeah, or can we use Google Docs? Is that
What,
that doesn't violate anything?
What's
If
that?
we have a
I
Google Doc-
wore everybody out.
oh, you got, we got to be careful about
I think
that.
that's an OML violation.
If we all, but we can do it by email, right? As long as everyone's on.
No.
No, don't copy everybody on an email.
Yeah, yeah, no, no.
If you have questions, do you want them to you, Jim, or do you want them to come to me? Okay, if you can send me all
Send
of
them-
your questions, and, I will try to have that answered
Tuesday, so I can
for
have
the
the
first meeting, or at least have the department heads aware that this is what you're asking for, so they can address it
Yeah.
to everybody at that meeting.
Yeah, that's what I just wanted, so
Yep.
what would be the best way for us to collectively make sure we're not duplicating questions and things like that? That's what.
Yeah, if you send everything to me, then I'll send you back what everybody sent me.
Maybe we'll kind of collect.
Yeah.
That's what I.
Yeah,
would
any
elaborate
questions that
on.
are the similar, I'll just put it all as one, send it all back to you, and then send it to the department heads as well, so they know what to answer,
Oh, yeah, no,
to attack. Okay.
yeah,
No, I know, that's what I
No
was
collective,
checking.
that's a
Yeah.
no-no. I've violated that before.
To figure out what
Except,
you're
you can
bringing
do
up.
collective emails for scheduling
yes, yes.
and basic information, administrators.
Jim, just for, meeting purposes, you have to adjourn your meeting.
Wait, we didn't adjourn, no. We didn't.
You have to adjourn your meeting.
Oh, we didn't adjourn. Do I hear a motion to adjourn the Finance Committee meeting for December 10th at 1:15 PM?
So moved?
Made and seconded. Scott, all those in favor? Hi, Jim.
Hi, Deirdre.
Hi, Scott.
Hi, Jeff.
I think
Someone-
that-
And Jeff is,
there was a whole bunch. Well, I think only had
Otherwise, then get.
Finance, it's just legal, the clerk.
thanks, everybody.
Thank you, Jim. Super helpful.
Just the beginning of the begin.